So today we are actually going to be starting out with doing some art, maybe for about an hour, hour and a half, something like that. And then we are going to go back to playing some more Hakuoki. Decided to do this to get back into doing the art scene again, but also not wanting to spend 4 hours on it. So we'll do that for about a quarter of the time today. And then we'll go to Hakuoki, like I said, but we'll also take a small break between those two things. So, kind of what I do a little bit when it comes to the art streams is if I can't really think of something to do, then you guys can always request something. I cannot guarantee I'll always do it, but I put it out there. So, let's go ahead and get started then. Gonna go ahead and just get some music playing just kind of quietly in the background. Hopefully that's not too loud. A little loud for me, so I'm gonna make it a little quieter. So I'm gonna start out just actually drawing one of my characters I haven't drawn in a while. I think last year or about 2 years ago or something like that. So I'm gonna just start out doing some sketches. And then anything I feel like just inking and coloring at the end is kind of more closer to the end of everything. It's a little too big. Hope everyone is doing well today. I've been suffering through allergies. Which kind of sucks, but just kind of how summers go. I'm sorry, microphone. I didn't mean to hit you. Her torso's a little short. the legs later. Let's use a different color. That way it can be a little bit more noticeable. Alrighty. Just gonna do these different colors, different layers. Keep things a little more organized. There we go. Make it a little less fluffy. Just a little bit of fluff in there. There we go, that looks better. again.
Good morning, Pikmin! Let's embark on an expedition to find my crewmates and get home. There's a whole world for you to discover in Pikmin 4, only on Nintendo Switch.
And let's go out just a little bit there. There, that's a little better. But that part. Go back to her hair now. Adjust the face a little bit. A little bit more inwards here. There we go. There we go. Fix her nose a little bit too. I'm just gonna label this a sketch. Alrighty, let's see. Not sure if I can play that on here, so we'll just skip it.
All you have to do is point. Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Do you wanna build a snowman? Come on, let's go and play. I never see you anymore. Come out the door, it's like you've gone away. We used to be best buddies, and now we're not. I wish you would tell me why. Do you wanna build a snowman? Doesn't have to be a snowman.
Tonight, imagine the gown and
See,
all.
you're gonna
Jimmy
fix
drapes
the
up
face
against the
again.
wall, the picture of sophisticated grace. I suddenly see him standing there, a beautiful stranger, tall and fair. I wanna stuff some chocolate in my face, but then we laugh and talk all evening, which is totally
See.
bizarre. Nothing like the life I led so far. For the first time in forever, there'll be magic, there'll be fun. For the first time in forever, I could be noticed by
I guess we can just put the hand here.
and I know it's totally crazy to dream I'd find romance, but for the first time in forever, at least I've got a chance. Paint for me a perfect scene. Spray hello to Elta MD UV AOX Mist. Hello 100% mineral sunscreen.
Let's face it, it's hard to attract and keep top talent. Gain a competitive edge with a low-cost 401k plan from ShareBuilder 401k.
Alrighty.
One day not long ago, in a broken village losing hope, that sister came to town, mysterious somehow. Why not partake to God you pray? Come sip a tea of life and praise. Without a doubt I'll realize all your dreams today. Mr. Farmer, what's wrong? So the rain's been gone too long. Why not join us for some tea? Just ask what you want and be blessed. Come Jesus, we pray and believer. So you wanna be saved then oh yeah. Just pick up a teacup and give all you get for every drop of red. Say cheers, we'll pour you some more, it's amazing. And sewer bottoms up, just drink until you're trying to write it somehow. Ah, your dreams are coming true right now. Realize your every dream. At midnight join our tea party. Every villager we lead, devoted in belief. I just wanna get rich overnight. I just wanna f the girl, she's mine. Oh, see how deeply
Alrighty.
goes this greed of humankind. Mr. Village Chief, say, wanna strike some gold today. Why not come by right at tea time? Ask for a miracle, don't wait. Jesus, we pray and believer. So you wanna be saved then oh yeah. Just pick up a teacup and give all you get for every drop of red. Say cheers, we'll pour you some more, it's amazing. And sewer bottoms up, just drink until you're trying to write it somehow. Ah, your dreams are coming true right now. Happily ever after, so it seems our story is running out of time. While I serve as a shepherd, I must save a new flock and say goodbye.
Sorry, ignore me moving the mic. Sorry about that. I had to position it slightly differently for this. Also move it upwards a little bit.
Now their sisters leave
Listen down. Nope.
Over here. That's a little bit more.
On the full moon, a wild instinct breaking free will come into view. Out on a dark stage tonight on the skyline, shaken again by tragedy, waiting silently in the wings for its cue. Through centuries of memories, the whole world has known that where the darkness of night falls, where the monsters open the show. A hint for you, helpless lamb, led to the slaughter. We start the show, and in the cold we
Fix the
open
face
with
a
the
little
curtains
bit
still closed,
here.
locked together. All you hopeless cowards who will cling to fantasy and call it science. Kill your god and with a single shot to clear your wind and claim a new world begins. In the end, this isn't all pretend. Where's the science when it has no answer? Then cross your heart and pray to your god again. Do you believe
Meant to use a different color for that. Darn it. Oh. That's my fault. So we need to get her hair different color. So her hair is gonna be here. This. And then like that. And there we go. That's
This is it, Yugi. Me and you. The final battle. The duel that everyone's been waiting for. I'm not gonna
this
hold back.
upwards
You
a little
bet,
bit.
Jaden. This is going to be super special awesome. I can't wait to see your strength.
Well, alright then. Yugi, it's time to spit some rhymes.
Bring it on, Jaden. Wait, what? Oh, you have got to be fucking kidding me.
Alright, Yugi, check it out. It's Jaden from GX. It's sad to say, dog, you're my new test subject. So listen up, here
There
it
we
is. The
go.
awesome challenge I suggest. Whoever spits the best right up at you and me will be the best duelist in the world and the king of games. You know I got you beat, but homie, don't be lame. This is serious. You gotta do what your title says you have to. If you decline a challenge by default, that means I beat you. Yugi, I hope you're ready, cause this is gonna be heavy. And I know you might think it's unnecessary, but that's tough. Suck it up, dog. It's something that you gotta do. Or you can leave and lose your throne. It's up to you.
Oh, you think you're hot shit, huh? Okay, check this out. Prime. Cut. Mickety mo,
Let's
Mac
leave that
Daddy. What's
here.
up? I said a jizz a bang, boom, boom, boom. Diggy dog. I said a dog, a dog, a
bit.
diggity dog. Hey, what you say, Jay? Okay, your repartee's cliche. Forget trading cards. You should just take a ballet. You want a duel? Don't act the fool, or I'll just tell you, bitch, please. The only consolation here is you're not from 5D. So play the damn card, punk, cause it's time to throw down. I'm glad it's one-on-one because all your friends are clowns. Can't wait to see your face
Okay.
turn to sheer disgrace when I duel your
That's-
podcast right out of this place. My name is
your show's
really lame. Each episode's the same, yes they are. Now get yourselves set to be ashamed by the king of games.
Ha! That was I. But let me lay something fresh on you.
Yeah, Jaden, you're not black.
really tight. And I'm sexy. I'm sexy. If you choose to defend, I'm gonna condescend. Cause my dog magic attack will drive you straight round the bend. I've got god cards I won from Battle City. Don't believe me? Listen carefully to this ditty. And by the by, your cards are shitty. And so's your show. Watch what happens when Slifer takes on Winged Karibo. They call me the Celtic Guardian. My lyrics will blow your cranium. Oh, come on, Dave. I'm thinking. He wonders why I never summon him. Hang on here, I think I got it. They call me the Celtic Guardian, stronger than titanium, sharp as a comedian. Here I am, sold out all the stadium. I'm not a lower class dueling monster. Where did you get that ridiculous conception? Did the Blue Eyes White Dragon tell you that? The Blue Eyes White Dragon. Seriously. My trap and spell cards, they don't make sense. Because their card descriptions are so immense. And if you duel with me, it won't be tense. Because against my monsters, you've no defense. My cards are so potent, I might seem conceited. In fact, all of my opponents could swear that I cheated. Sure, sometimes Yugi and I swap places, but who cares? So long as my enemies have egg on their faces. Other duelists diss
Alrighty.
me, say my cards are sissy. Why? Why? What? Why exactly? Why? There's nothing girly about the Dark Magician Girl. And only real men use water upon. Jaden, let's face it, you're second best. I'm sending you straight back to Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Your deck's unbalanced and your hair's a Karibo. Hey, ho.
This is
I'm the mother
Snowpa.
He's the mother flippin'.
He's the mother
Oh.
flippin'.
Who's the mother
Got
flippin'?
a couple of details on her
I'm the
face.
mother flippin'. I'm the mother flippin'. I'm the mother flippin'. Mother flippin'.
My hair looks nothing like a Karibo.
I think you'll find it does.
Does not.
Does too.
Does not.
Does 2 times 10.
Okay, you asked for it, pal. Get ready. Because when
That's
I use this
right.
next card, it's over. I summon Elemental Hero Burst Straight of... Ow!
Huh. You say, what are you doing here?
I came to this city to play a card game. By the way, did I just run over a Karibo?
It's okay. It was only Jaden.
I think I broke my coccyx.
Oh, walk it off, you Mary Sue.
Objection!
Ready.
Objection!
Good. You guys can suggest anything if you'd like. Well, I get some water. Otherwise, I'll just keep drawing. Redrawing some of my characters. There's something on her arm that I forgot about. There we go. Alrighty. Let's go back a little bit. Let's start the brown colorish first. She's gonna have a little bit more of an angled face. Let's do this instead. I'm not sure if I can actually play that one. Let's. just a little.
Good morning, my plucky little Pikmin. Let's embark on an expedition. Should we fix the bridge? Or gather treasure? Or take on a fearsome foe? Whatever it takes to find my crewmates and get home. So hop on and discover the world of Pikmin 4, only on Nintendo Switch.
Relapsing MS isn't the only thing I have going on. That's why I take Kesimpta. It's the only
We don't care, advertisements. Let's do this. And then this off a little bit here. Just want to make that longer, a little thicker. Let's see. Seeing the back a little bit. Body's just a little off center here. Not used to drawing muscular women. I'm hoping this is gonna be okay. I think I want to slightly change your hairstyle. Just a little bit. I don't want to change it like that though. Okay. Yeah. So it's a little too floofy. Arcadia. Hmm. There you go. I think that's a little better. I think her nose placement's a little off. Okay, that's a little better. Go ahead and save this. July as random sketches. Alrighty. See. That's not what I wanted. So I think what I want to do is... Then, there we go. Never fully had her outfit fully planned. So... Only had like part of her outfit planned out for this. Okay, do that. Okay, and go with green. And this is Yala. I did not label these. This is Arcadio. Sketch. This is Yala roughly about half an hour or 15 minutes before wrapping up with the art section. So I think I'm going to start line arting Yala. So what I'm going to do is put all these finish this part in yellow. And this part too. Come on. Sketch. I'm going to put the sketch into slightly lighter opacity. And then I'm going to get my mapping pen. Let's see. Too light. Let's try this one. It's fine for that part. I'm gonna do a slightly smaller one for the rest. And for the hair, I kind of tend to use this G pen a little bit more because it gives kind of a more flowy effect. Oops, still a little small. Here. Yeah. And back to the mapping pen. Just fill in this little part here. Go back to the G pen. Okay, like that. Oops, I'm not quite done with this. And back to this mapping pen. And, oh, actually, I should go on this layer.
不思議と魔法があふれる俺んちへ
Go.
魔法をかけようララララララようこそファンタジーの世界呪文かけようララララララ魔法のステーキで牢獄のロンドン島で怪奇現象ロークワの渡りガラスが歌ってるんだぞ歴史あるマナーハウスで一休みうさぎと茶会だ
やっぱり紅茶だよな
さあ出かけようルンルルルンルンルンいいゴーゴストと出会えるパブ願いかけようルンルルルンルンルンファンタジックワンダーランドピクシーブラウニーユニコーンお前らも来たのかよし一緒に行くぞ愛嬌の塔ミステリアスなポリ勇者が戦った
Ready.
伝説の場所
かっこいいだろ
呼び出そうゴブリンフェアリー
Ready. And then
奇跡で待ち合わせ
予約は3日前までにな
魔法をかけようララララララ
Okay.
ロマンとファンタジーの世界呪文かけようララララララファンタジックワンダーランド
妖精さんの可愛さがわからないあいつらなんか俺が8日間寝込むのと引き換えに子供にしてやる旅感を味わえねえな荷物恋若万人
that's there. Then, oh, this should actually fall in more like this. There we go. And then
ほら最高だろさあ出かけようルンルルルンルンルンようこそファンタジーの世界願いかけようルンルルルンルンルン信じていれば夢は見えるファンタジックワンダーランド
okay. is not the correct one. There we go. Back to there. Make this a little bit more oval. There we go. Shows us that one. Erase that. Then erase that part. Erase this part. Erase this part. Erase here. Save. So here, make this part just a little bit more floofy. Fix that a little bit. There we go. It's my calligraphy pen. This is Niella.
いただきます。楽しみ。美味しそう。どんな風にできるのかな。いただきます。つい？わあ、美味しい。あったまる。美味しいね。美味しい。レニちゃんが変なの入れるから心配だったけど。でもなんだろう。これがいい味出してるじゃん。コリコリしてるのがある。ちょっと待って。
I'll put that actually on the hair later. Huh?
ちゃんの不思議なキノコじゃないやっぱり。違うよ。トマトだよ、かなこちゃん。私新鮮なトマト取ってきたもん。ちょっとトイレ行ってこようかな。
I'm your overly competitive brother. Check. Psych. Really? Dude, that's a foul! And now you're ready to settle a score. And if you don't have the right home insurance coverage, well, you can end up paying for all this yourself. So get Allstate.
We're going to add a little bit. I'm going to get rid of that part.
I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna let myself get absolutely soaking wet. It's a raining man, hallelujah, it's a raining man. Every specimen, tall, flat, dark and clean, rough and tough and strong and mean. God bless Mother Nature. She's a single woman too. She took all the heaven. She did what she had to do, yeah. She taught every angel. She rearranged the sky so that each and every woman could find the perfect guy.
Welcome back. Following up on our broadcast from earlier, it has been confirmed
Alrighty.
that it is in fact raining men. Reports say that
Now that we're about the hour and a half mark, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. And then we are going to continue and we are going to do some Hakuoki again. So, be back in just a few minutes and we will do some Hakuoki. Alrighty, we are back and we are going to start playing Hakuoki. Or at least continuing from where we left off. Once again, I must put mature content warning on there. Alrighty. Alrighty, we had just began with chapter 3. Well, we stopped before chapter 3, basically. And get some water before I start talking. And do a little bit of changing here. Alright. The dawn of the new year arrived. It was February of 1865, and we finished eating breakfast. I was carrying a plate full of tea and opened the door to the common room. And that would help if I had there it goes. Tea's ready. Oh, thank you, Yukimura. I made my way around the room, pouring a cup of tea for each person there, making sure not to spill. He gave me a warm smile as I handed him his tea. There is nothing quite so delicious as hot tea on a cold day. Thank you. I felt a flush of pride at his words, even though I knew quite well that serving tea was hardly impressive. Just the same, I felt as if I was helping out in a way, and that was a nice feeling. Then, Hijikata spoke, and his words brought me back to the present. The Yagi have been good to us so far, but this place is getting crowded. True, it is getting a little small, especially with all the new guys coming in. If we could move to a bigger place, that'd be great. Some of the guys in the dorm look stiff. Yeah, the guys over at Meikawa residence are practically smush sushi the way they sleep. To be young, grunt these days, I pity them. If only there was something we could do. Easy for you to say, but imagine trying to find who else is willing to let us stay at their place. I mean, we are Kyoto's most hated. Person sitting beside Kondo pointed out the map spread upon the table. What of this? Nishihongwanji Temple, The Nishihongwanji Temple. I can't see any reason for them to accept us. But there is no other location big enough to accommodate a living space for a few hundred men. Hi Laura! Yep, I'm back to doing this twice a week. Tuesdays and Thursdays. For now. It might change, but for now, Tuesdays and Thursdays. But there are no other locations big enough to accommodate a living space for a few hundred men. And besides, the tactical advantage of this temple would allow us to fortify in times of panic. This man was named Kashitaro Ito, recruited by Hesuke a few months ago as the Shinsengumi's military advisor and deputy commander. Is it low? I have it turned up very loudly. Is that a little better? Is that good? Okay. Oops. Let's go back. This man was named Kashitaro Ito, recruited by Hesuke a few months ago as the Shinsengumi's military advisor and deputy commander. He developed his notoriety teaching Hokushin Ito in his dojo, and he is known for his scholarliness. Additionally, it is well known that the Nishi used to shelter the Choshu Ronin. If we move to the Nishi Honwanji Temple, it would be an advantageous hiding spot from the Ronin. Oh, I see. Very good points. I can't believe you put this much detail into it. Kon would seem very impressed by Ichi's suggestion, but a silent voice of protest arose. I don't think it's somewhat uncouth to use force against men of the cloth. Ito's brow twitched, as if disturbed by the idea, and faced Sanin directly. Would you say that the Choshu Ronin who inhabited the temple and did as they pleased? But my, aren't you nice, Sanin? You're even considering the feelings of outlaw Ronin who actively disrupt the peace of Kyoto. Ito's deflection of Sanin's words left a bitter taste in everyone's mouth, including Sanin. I agree that this extremist imperial nationalist party must be dealt with, but this seems... So, what are you saying? We meet in battle. Do you expect them to respect the Shinsengumi on name alone? To engage in a fight fair and square? Wouldn't it be just peachy if all those Choshu Ronin were on their best behavior? Like a Kamakura warrior? Is that a little better? I'm sorry. I was able to get back to OBS, so instead of Streamlabs, so everything is different on here. Ah, freaking. Give me 1 sec. I will do my best to adjust the levels a little bit if they're still difficult. Saburo, watch your mouth now, darling. Ah, my mistake. Couldn't help myself. Though I wonder... that's not what I wanted. Let's see if that putting the voices to max will also help. Right? The other man beside Ito was Saburo Miki. Saburo Miki, who joined at the same time as Ito. Allegedly, he was Ito's younger brother by blood.
皆さん方ごめんなさいね。
My apologies, everyone. This young one here has a tendency to let his mouth run free, you see. Hopefully, maybe increasing that in the settings help too.
三男さんも
So, Sanin, don't take it too personally.
あなたのような方も
I'm sure we need a person like you to make the Shinsengumi succeed.
たとえ左
And
腕
if
が
your
使い
left
物
arm
に
is
ならなく
useless,
とも
your
その才覚と
indubitable
学識
wit
が
and book
タイ
smart
のた
shall
めに
prove
大いに役
useful, I'm
立つ
sure.
はずですわ。
I watched as Sanin bit his lip, an act of restraint to Ito's sour words. The tension was cut by another voice.
伊藤さん、
Perhaps I didn't hear
今
you
のはどう
correctly,
いう意味だ
Ito. Hijikata's voice was cold and sharp, like the sound of a blade slicing across a whetstone. Ito seemed taken aback and his eyes grew wide.
あんたが言うように
Sounding smart,
三男
like
さん
you
は
said.
優秀な論客だ。けどな、
But above all,
剣
he's
客
a
としてもこ
swordsman
の
of the
新選組に
Shinsengumi.
必要な人
He's
間なんだ
not
よ。
useless and he's not replaceable. Get it through your head. Right? Pardon me. Hijikata only spoke when necessary, so it must have been something he truly believed. However,
ですが
but my arm
私の腕は
is... He couldn't even seem to bring himself to finish. It seemed as though Hijikata realized his words were reminding Sanin of what he used to be, causing Sanin to curl his lips into a frown.
ごめん遊ばせ
Oh dear,
私とした
I
こと
didn't
が
mean to cause such a
失
fuss.
言でしたわ。
Next time, I'll keep my thoughts to myself.
三男さんは
Sanin
皆
is
さん
quite
方
the
も大
beloved
切な
member
お
here,
仲間
isn't
です
he?
もんね。
It's nice to see
仲が
such a
よろしくて
tight-lipped
結構な
group.
ことですわ。
Tight-knit group. I mean, without his left arm, yeah, he kind of is.
新たに入隊した
It's
兵
just
士た
that,
ちも
as I'm
同
sure
じ
you've
気持
thought
ちでいて
about
くれ
it,
るといいの
I
で
hope
す
the
け
new
ど
members share that sentiment. Hijikata's eyes seethed with anger towards Ito. Kondo tried to relieve the tension by stepping in and clearing the air.
とりあえず、
Well,
東証移転
for
の件
now,
に関
let's
しては
keep business strictly in terms of finding a new headquarters location.
伊藤さん、
Ito,
この
would
後
you
お
mind
付き
coming
合い
with
を
me?
願いますから先ほどの件につい
I
て
would love to
も
continue
う少
our
し
earlier
詳しい
discussion
話を
about a
お
new
聞き
base.
したいので。
ええ
Sure,
Yoroko.
I'd love to. Seeing the two get up, Takeda followed right behind him. Not really missing an arm, just his arm is useless.
近藤局長、私もご一緒して構い
Chief
ません。
Kondo, may I join as well?
いいとも。
Of
ぜ
course,
ひ
I
君も
want to hear
伊藤さんの話を
what
聞いて
Ito has to
大い
offer
に
and
見
broaden
識
your
を
views.
広めてくれたまえ。新選組
Even the
幹部と
captains
い
of
えど
Shinsengumi must
現
push
実ばかりでは
themselves
い
to
かん
learn
から
more
な。
than fighting.
これからは
It's our
広い視野
responsibility to
と
grow and
深
gain
い知
knowledge
識
to
を身につ
expand
け
our
ながら
horizons.
は
Yes, sir. There's only so many guy voices I can do. Without repeating things. I feel like at this point the girl voice should be a higher pitch. Kondo left the common room with Ito and Miki, however, who still sat before us. He smirked coldly towards us, and he slinked off to leave the common room. Okita spoke once Miki's footsteps were audible.
まったく
Ugh.
誰なの
Who
さ
brought those
あんな
bastards
人
into
た
the
ち連れてきたの
Shinsengumi?
犯人はまだ
The
江戸に
culprit
い
is
るだ
still
ろ
in Edo.
ヘス
Damn
ケ
it, Hisuke.
帰ってきた
When he gets back, I'm going to give him a few punches.
伊藤さんは
Ito
尊
is
上
with
派なん
the
だ
Imperial Nationalist Party, yes? I?
長州の奴らと同じ考
Surprising
え
to
の奴
see
が
people with the same
よく
beliefs as
新選
those
組に入る気
Choshu
になったもんだ
bastards joining the Shinsengumi.
尊王攘夷だからって
Well, nationalists think themselves to be above the Choshu for whatever it's worth.
そもそも
I
尊
mean,
王と
the
は
Imperial Nationalist Party is,
そうかなんとか
well, just listen to the bullshit he was going on about the other day.
近藤さんも近藤
Seems
さ
as
ん
though
で
he has rubbed off on Kondo as well, which is a poor influence in my opinion.
近藤さんってお人
Well,
よしですから
Kondo is a kind person.
ああいう
He is
口が
easily
うまくて
deceived by
お
silver
腹の
tongues,
中が真っ黒な
those
人
who
に
appear
騙されやすいんだよ
virtuous
な
but are real scumbags.
その伊藤さんが参謀で弟が9番組組長か
So, Ito is our deputy commander. His little brother is the captain of the 9th Division, huh? That is gonna be a real bitch. Eventually, Hijikata approached Sanin, who weakly hung his head facing the floor in shame.
三男さん
Sanin,
あんな
don't
奴
listen
の
to
言う
that
ことなんざ
asshole,
気
okay?
にするんじゃねえぞ
Sanin laughed dryly and shook his head.
伊藤さんは学
He is
識も
well
高く
educated and a
弁
skilled
舌に優れ
orator.
剣の腕
Not
も
only
確か
that,
な
he's
方
good
で
with
す
the sword.
優秀な参
But
謀
such a
の
gifted
入隊
deputy
で
commander, I suppose
つ
the
いに
Shinsengumi
総
has
長は
little
お
need
役
for a
御免
colonel.
というわけですね
おい
Hey,
三男さん
Sanin! Sanin left the room as Hijikata's voice trailed behind, echoing in the hall.
三男さんも
Man, I feel bad for him.
あの調子だから
Even the men are
しか
avoiding
も
him these
大
days.
使連中にも避けられちまって
What? But why?
無理もねえだろ
Well, can't blame
ど
him.
んな
No
言葉
matter
をか
what
けて
you
も
say to him,
全部
he
悪
takes
く
it the
取られ
wrong
ちまう
way.
し何を言って
And no
も
matter what
皮
you
肉と
say,
言う
he
しか
acts
返っ
like
てこね
such
え
a
から
smug
大した仕事
smartass
で
that
ち
the
まって
words
近
are
づかねえんだよ
intimidated and want nothing to do with him. Oh no, poor Sunny. Even though I haven't been here as long as the captains, I knew Sanin was so well liked by the other warriors before his injury.
土方さん
Hey, Hijikata,
Ito
can't you come up
さんたちなん
with
て
some bullshit
適当な
excuse
理
to
由を
kick
つけて
Ito out?
さっさと追い出しちゃってくださいあの人たちが来てか
Ever
ら
since
僕
they arrived, it's been nothing but bad vibes and sour moods.
そんなことできるわけ
You
ねえ
know
だろ
damn well I cannot do that.
近藤さんは
I mean,
すっ
look
か
at
り
the way
伊藤さん
Kondo
に心
funds
酔
for
してる
Ito.
みてえだしな伊藤さんと一緒に入
Besides,
隊
he
してきた
brought a
連
large
中も
force of men behind
そ
him
ん
when
な
he
扱いを
joined.
されりゃ
You think they
黙っ
won't
ちゃい
make
ねえ
us stink if he were just to just disappear?
役に立たない人だ
Well,
な
damn, aren't you supposed to be
無
the
理を
demon?
通すのが
Commander
鬼
from
副
hell?
長の
You're
役目
supposed
で
to
し
make the
ょ
impossible happen.
んじゃてめえが
Fine,
副長やりゃい
Soji.
いだろう
How about we make you commander? Then you can
あいつらを
kick
追い
Ito
出せ。
and his guys out, right? Oh
嫌に決
no,
まっ
that's
てる
way
じゃ
too
ない
much
ですか
trouble.
そんなめんどくさいの
The consensus was that Ito was not to be trusted, and it seems no one spoke in his defense. Only one, during all of this, quietly sipped his tea. Saito quietly looked at me as I poured more tea into his cup. So, what do you think about Ito? I mean, about Ito joining, that is. As an organization grows, it will expand to include people who have different ideas and points of view. So then... However, if one attempts to force this sort of diversity, the organization will begin to rot from within. His words hung in the air in a dark omen for the future of the Shinsengumi. It was considerate of Ito to join, but his presence seemed to be a recipe for dissension, if not outright disaster. The setting sun glowed through the windows with a warm, rich maroon, an ominous kind of beauty. It's cold. I came out into the yard and my body stopped due to the cold. Guess spring will take a while. I wasn't too fond of Ito, but it was Sanin and his condition that truly worried me. Pardon me, Jesus. I really wish his arm would just heal. That arm, or perhaps more accurately the lack of it, was a source of his change in personality. Still, as nice as it would be for Sanin's arm to simply start working again, that seemed like the stuff of a child's fable, not real life. That was when I remembered.
薬でも何でも使って
If
もら
push
うし
comes
か
to
ないですね
shove, he'll have to take it. I don't think Sanin is just
納
going to
得して
give
く
up.
れるんじゃないかな
掃除
Don't jinx him,
めっ
Soji.
たなこと言うもんじゃ
It's
ね
gonna
え
look bad if if
幹部がラセツに
officers
なって
start
どう
joining
するんだよ
the Furies. Ogata was talking about the Shinsengumi having some secret serum back in the day. Judging from how he spoke of it, it's an item with circumstances. But now I was not to know about the existence of that serum. If I were to look into it without approval, there's no doubt that I'd be punished. But I'm the daughter of a doctor. Pretty sure I had more knowledge on medicine than the men of the Shinsengumi did. I investigate. But where should I investigate? My room is in the Yagi house. There are some rooms that I'm not allowed to enter, but the captains live here as well, and I'd finally learned how to navigate the building. However, there was another building that was part of the headquarters of the Shinsengumi aside from the Yagi house. Some of the leaders, along with other warriors, live in the Maekawa house diagonal from Yagi. And Sanin, who's injured, has been holed up in the Nambu residence located behind Yagi. Since it's a residence, one cannot just stroll there casually, and since it is barely used by anyone other than Sanin, it is a little isolated. There are secrets being kept from me, and they have to be kept in a place I'd never think to check. If I were to look into it, it would rather either be in the... I think there's part of a word missing here. I'm gonna say either in the Nambu residence or the forbidden areas of the Yagi residence. I'm going to assume that's what it's supposed to say. Yeah, haha, I was correct. It just did not have some of that words there. It's so weird. Just because I don't want to see Sanin, I'm going to investigate the Yagi house. It was night at the Yagi house in dead silence. I tiptoed down the halls as quietly as possible. Really? Weird or what? Man, that makes me wonder what that slip up was. I mean, at least it makes a little sense. That's either Nambu residence or Yagi, since that's what we were talking about, but it's still so funny. So funny. I tiptoed down the halls as quietly as possible. Huh? Were my eyes playing tricks on me? Or did someone just walk into the common room? That's funny. They were butt dialed. I think I've seen a couple like that too. I'd be in trouble if someone saw me, so I did my best to blend into the shadows and hide. After a few moments of heart-pounding seclusion, my curiosity got the best of me. I departed my hiding place and crept toward the common room. I peered inside. Inside was Sanin. I wonder why something felt wrong. I just stood there. What is Sanin doing here late at night? Oh, that's funny. Two different ways, huh? Oh, two different characters with... I think I might have seen that at some point on something else, too. It's always so funny when that happens. It's just like they decided to change their name halfway through or something. What is Sanin doing here late at night? I was at a loss. Should I speak to him, or... Before I could make up my mind, he turned. I never thought it would be you who would catch me. How unexpected. Sanin gazed directly at me and muttered, "You're there, aren't you, Yukimura? Come out." I guess he spotted me. I gave up and made myself visible to Sanin. I'm sorry if it seemed like I was snooping or watching what you were doing. Well, I don't plan on scolding you. I mean, if you see a suspicious shadow in the middle of the night, of course you'd be curious. Huh? It was very subtle, but I noticed something was off in Sanin's attitude. He had a peaceful smile, something I hadn't seen for what felt like ages. It was a bit too peaceful, as if his worries had suddenly left him. It was an expression I had never seen since he'd gotten injured. Sanin, did something good happen? Why, yes, something did. Or rather, I guess I finally made up my mind. Something swished in his hand. Sanin, what is that? You're wondering what this is, I imagine? After his cryptic reply, he showed me what was in his hand. Sanin was holding a small bottle made from fine edro. Fine edro refers to glass, also called poppin. The glass was filled with a crimson liquid that looked like a poisonous chemical to me. This is a secret treatment developed by your father, Kodo, under orders from the shogunate. What? The shogunate ordered my father to do something? They say it first appeared out west. The contents of this tiny vial could utterly transform a person. What do you mean by utterly transform? To put it simply, it makes them stronger and heightens their recuperative abilities. It sounded like something out of a fairy tale. If such a thing were to truly exist, the serum would be considered a miracle cure, but there is, however, a rather serious flaw. His smile twisted only a bit. I suppose you could say it was too strong. It worked as advertised, but drove its patients mad. You've seen the results yourself, haven't you? Of course. I'd seen the result of that madness the night I first met the Shinsengumi. Okita and Saito had killed off that monster with the white hair. Your assumption was correct. Yes, those warriors you met are of that ilk. They were no longer capable of what one might call rational thoughts, and were little more than bloodthirsty monsters. His words brought a sharp chill down my spine. How horrible. If they lose control whenever they see blood, then they're hardly much use in battle, aren't they? As unkillable as they may be. Kodo conducted experiments on the corpse during the development of his treatment. No! My father? Conducting experiments on human beings? That made them go mad at the sight of blood? I couldn't believe it. No, I didn't want to believe it. But there was no reason for Sanin to lie either. I saw it before my very eyes. Then, did father really... Sanin shrugged off my disbelief and continued. Unfortunately, when he disappeared, his research was put on hold. This vial here represents the fruits of my own personal research, based on what he left behind. He smirked and shook the bottle gently. The liquid inside sloshed from side to side, almost lazily. I've diluted it as much as possible. I had so many questions to ask him, but I didn't even know where to start, so I simply spoke the first thing that came to mind. If you drink that, will you be okay? So, that serum, will it prevent you from going mad? To be honest, quite honest, I'm not entirely sure. I've never tested it on anyone. His smile faded. If I take this, my arm will heal. Assuming, of course, I've mixed it correctly. You mean you're actually considering taking it? He had no guarantee that it wouldn't simply kill him outright. And even if he did survive, it might well drive him insane. Sanin, please reconsider this. I'm sure there's some other way. You don't need to rely on this. I have no choice. This is the only way to heal this damn arm. I'm already useless here. Even the men have begun to speak ill of me behind my back. Darn it, sentences. So I have to be a pain in the butt. You'll never understand me. Came all the way to Edo, alongside my comrades, that were behind me. And now I'm left here, given a position out of pity and left to wallow in my own uselessness. How could you say it's pity? You're a leader here. The Shinsengumi respects and needs you now, more than ever. Sanin's eyes dotted with melancholy, flashing a brief smile that entertained the idea behind my words. Ah, yes. I remember it well. I am a swordsman of the Shinsengumi, yes. I am not useless, right? Sanin seemed bitterly focused on the words Hijikata said earlier. They really did affect him. There's no life for me as a swordsman. You're asking me to continue in some sort of undeath. Let me die as a person as well. No! It's not decided that it'll fail. The odds odds against success aren't as terrible as you think. Sanin smiled as he said that, but there was no way to know what might happen to him. Considering the worst that could happen, I couldn't sit by and allow him to do this. I want to scream, but I also just want to persuade him because he annoys me. I'll persuade him. I still don't think you should take that serum. There's a higher chance that it'll fail, right? If the others knew that you were if the others knew that you were here doing this, they would all try and stop you. I'm sure Todo would be greatly disappointed. He is a good man. I thought at first that he was beginning to reconsider, but my faint hope was shattered with his words of resignation. Well then, if I should die, please give my regards to Todo. What? I really am in hell now, to be pitied even by the likes of you. Those were his last words. He suddenly gulped down the red liquid stored in the bottle of fine Itro. No! The bottle slipped from Sanin's hands and crashed to 1,000 bits on the floor. A scarlet drop oozed down from the corner of his lip. Sanin crumbled to the floor. Sanin! I paused, uncertain. His groaned in agony and pulled his hand back to grip his chest over his heart. It's clear he was suffering. Hang in there! I'll go get somebody right now! I took a step forward, about to place my hand gently on his back. His right arm whipped out, almost too fast to see, and threw me across the room. I slammed to the wall and slid to the floor. I could barely breathe. My vision went blurry for a moment. I coughed once and looked up. Just in time to see Sanin land on top of me. His hands are already reaching for my throat. Oh yeah, that's not creepy. Oh boy. His right arm reached for my throat and he relentlessly started to choke me. The hands around my throat were Sanin's, but the man behind them was someone else. His silver white hair glistening in the dim light. His bright matting red eyes showing through his bangs. I knew those eyes. His eyes were the eyes of a predator, not a man. I saw his eyes just like the night I arrived in Kyoto. Those creatures in the alley, drenched in blood. Monsters. As he choked me, I desperately tried to keep breathing. No, this wasn't a monster. This was Sanin. It was still the man I knew. Suddenly, the fingers around my neck loosened. Had he just let me go? I crunched to the floor and gasped for air through a throat still red with his handprint. My tearful eyes caught sight of Sanin, whose hair now shined white brightly. Well, I see I failed then. Perhaps I'm not as lucky as I thought. In the depth of those red eyes, there was a faint sign of reason. Sanin, are you back? Yukimura, I would ask of you, please, kill me while you have the chance. Oh, jeez. What? His words weren't registering in my head. I could do nothing but look into his eyes.
薬は
I
失敗
failed.
です
I can already feel my
私の
mind
意
starting
識
to
は
go.
なくなりかけているこのまま
At
で
this rate,
君
I
を
will kill you.
殺してしまうでしょ
No! In this moment, memories of when I'd first arrived in Kyoto and the Ikeda incident flashed before me. I witnessed so many deaths in this time. I came to terms with the idea that, for a member of the Shinsengumi, death is a constant. It really is, man. But never would I imagine taking someone's life. Most of all, Sonin's. Right? No, I can't. I wouldn't do that. No, I couldn't do that. I mean, you're still you, Sonin.
君という子は
Is this
こ
before
の
me?
時だというの
This beauty, in spite of everything, you have faith.
それで
And
も
so,
や
show
り
the
なさい
mercy
と
of
言っ
death
て
so
い
that I
るん
may
です
pass. Sonin shouted at me and grabbed my collar. I could see his red eyes flickering. Sonin struggled with his remaining willpower to defend against the madness boiling inside of him.
やらなけれ
If you
ば
don't kill me,
君
then
が
you will
死ぬ
die.
のです この場に
I know you're
たまたま
only
居合
here
わせた
by
だけの
chance,
君に
and I feel
そんな役割を申し
sorry
付け
that I
て
must ask you to
申し
do
訳
this.
ないとは思いま
I'm
す
so sorry, so sorry. His right hand slid off my throat, and I felt it land on the hilt of my sword. Huh? What is he doing? As I stood there confused, Sonin's fingers wrapped around the handle and began to pull. Oh no. No! Too late, I realized what he meant to do, and I felt ice creep up my spine. Sonin, please! You can't! I tried with all my might to pry his arm away and prevent him from drawing my sword, but it made the task much harder. A blade at my heart will kill me as dead as any other man. I can't kill me. He spoke in starts and stops now, as tendrils of madness began to pull him under. But please, let me die. My sword was now completely drawn, and he pointed it towards his breast over his heart. Sonin! Just as the white, shining tip of the blade was about to pierce his heart, Sonin screamed in anguish, dropping the sword he was gripping. Sonin? What just happened? When I ran towards him, Sonin collapsed to the floor. Sonin? Hang in there! Sonin! I ran over to him and rushed to check his pulse. He's still breathing. He only lost consciousness. This alone gave me a great feeling of relief, but suddenly the door behind me slid open. I rushed to look back when...
三男さん
Kane. Sonin. Okita. Sonin. He's... Okita had a cold expression.
どいてくれる
Let me take a look at him. Gosh darn it, sinuses. His eyes narrowed and I saw them flick around the room, from Sonin's limp body to myself to the shattered vial. Okita's mouth tightened and he bent down to lift Sonin off the floor.
あの薬を飲んだ直
When
後
you
に
drink that stuff,
内臓を
supposedly your
握
body
り
just
つぶされ
can't
るぐらい
handle it.
苦しいらしい
Hurts like hell. And you start to lose it.
多分
Probably
最
couldn't
初の
take it
衝
and
撃に
just
耐え
passed
かね
out.
て気
Oh. After finding that it wasn't life-threatening, I felt a pang of relief.
でも
Well, the real painful part comes later.
これからなんだけどね三男さんには
We can't afford for Sonny to die just yet, so make sure he hangs in there. His tone was surprisingly detached considering the circumstances. Okita picked up Sonny before leaving the room. Once they left, I collapsed to the floor out of supreme exhaustion and slumped into myself. Ugh. I finally tapped into the secrets of the Shinsengumi. For so long it was kept from me, and now their forbidden secrets were revealed. My mind went blank due to confusion and fear, but I knew what I saw. After Sonin collapsed, the captains rushed into the room. They must have heard the commotion from the common room. Everything glowed white after, and I realized that I was in a daze. None of their words stuck in my ear, and I wobbled back to my room. Seriously, you can really be a pain, you know that? Okita had taken me back to my room, and I heard him as soon as he opened the door for me. Time for you to explain what went on last night. Why were you in there with Sonin? Okita was never particularly pleasant to me, but his tone was even harsher than usual. She probably sees a deer or something outside. Another dog, a deer, person. She barks about just about anything. I felt like there was someone in the common room. I was curious, so I had a look. I found Sonin in there. I see. Ogita's lackadaisical response seemed disarming, and he just scanned me. Although my mind had cleared somewhat, it was still difficult to keep my thoughts organized. One, however, rose quickly to the surface. Is it true that my father had something to do with that stuff that Sonin drank? Did Sonin tell you that? Yes, he said it makes you stronger, but it drives you mad. He fixed his eyes warily on the ceiling above us, sighing before eventually answering my question. You are the daughter of the man who made that stuff, and you've seen what happens to the men who go crazy. Suppose you have the right to know. It'd be easier to just kill you, but oh well. His manner of speaking was far removed than his usual joking self, but he mentioned killing, but this time felt like he meant it. He could kill me at any time. So you got any questions? I suppose I can answer one. I desperately searched for the words. Why did the Shinsengumi get involved in something like this? Our job is to crack down on outlaw Ronin, but you know that doing so isn't some walk in the park, right? Yeah. Among the Ronin, there are plenty that are actually skilled swordsmen. When I was on rounds, I saw many such men fighting and dueling against themselves. When we started out, we were really short on men.
僕たちの名前な
Our
んて
reputation was shit,
全然
and we
知られて
couldn't
ないし
pay that well either.
入隊希望者なんてめ
Anyway,
ったにいない
we
し
didn't have many people
たまに来ても
asking to join,
得体
and
の知
those
れない
that
ゴロ
did
つき
were
ばっかり
pretty disappointing.
そんな時
That was when some guy from the
幕府の人
shogunate
が
showed up
薬
and
の実
offered
験
to
を
make
持ち
us
かけ
part
て
of
きたんだ
this experiment. An experiment? That must have been what Sanin was referring to. So, you knew what the side effects were, and you still made them take it?
もちろん
We
彼ら
didn't
も
make
承
them
知の
take
上
it.
で
It was their choice. Yep, there's a deer out there. I can see it. Thank you, motorcycle, for scaring the deer away. Tiny! Come here. Come here, Tiny. Come here, you silly. Yes, you. Hello. Hello. Yes. Up, up. Up, up. Tiny, come here. Hey, you silly. You're so silly. Up, up. Up, up. Good girl. Such a good girl. Thank you. Such a good girl. We didn't make them take it. It was their choice.
新選組に
You
はね
see, the Shinsengumi has one
Kyokuchu
thing
Hatto
called the
っていうのがある。
rules of conduct.
会をまとめる
Just
た
so
め
you
の決
don't
まりみたい
get
なも
all
のなんだ
confused, it's a set of rules we employ to keep everyone in line.
それに背くと
Usually, if you break our
即
rules,
切腹を
we
申し
make
付
you
けられ
cut
る
yourself open. Cut yourself open?
あれ
Why
何
are you
驚い
so
てるの
surprised?
武士の責任
The
の取
only
り
way
方
a
って言え
warrior
ば
can own up to something is by cutting themselves open. Traditionally, when samurai disgraced themselves, they drove their swords into their bellies. I had thought such traditions were obsolete, and that now the worst they do is pretend to cut themselves open with a fan. Give me one moment. She's now really not barking at anything. There's nothing out there. I thought such traditions were obsolete, and that now the worst they did is to pretend to cut themselves open with a fan.
でもまあ
You
ど
get
う
it,
せ死
right?
んじゃうんだし
If they're gonna die
最後にもう
anyways,
一度役
don't
に
you
立って
think it
もらっ
makes
た
more
方がいい
sense for
で
them
しょ
to save some face and take it into their own hands?
だから
For these
切
guys,
腹するか
we gave them a choice.
薬を
To
飲むか
yourself, or drink the
好
Shogun's
きな方を選んでもらうことにした
concoction.
んだかわいそうだよ
You
ね
get it. Don't you feel bad for them? I couldn't think of anything to say. What sort of choice was that? Death by your own hand? Or madness and death by someone else's? The men that I had encountered that winter night had their last thoughts as men been hope they might survive the madness? Had their last nights as men been hope they might survive the madness? It sounded horrible.
簡単に強く
Something
な
that
れる
makes you
薬があれ
strong
ば
and hard to kill
Maybe
should
that-
be really great, right?
実際は
In
全然
actuality,
大したこ
though,
となかったん
they
だ
end
けど
up being a piece of cake.
僕たち
You
で
could
も簡
easily
単に
kill
切っ
them
ちゃえ
all.
る
In a moment, I was taken back to that fateful night when Ogita dispatched the warriors with white hair without any effort.
三男さんは
I
これから
wonder
どう
what's
な
going
るん
to
だろ
happen to Sunning. I was worried too. Was Sunning okay? Would he change? my stomach was twisting itself into knots. And so, the long night broke. The captains and Shinsengumi gathered in the common room.
みんな安心してくれ。
Okay, everyone, don't
Toge wa
worry.
koeta
The
yo.
hardest part for him is over. The room collectively breathed a sigh of relief.
で、
So,
どうな
how
の
is Sonnen?
三男さんの様子は。
今はまだ寝てい
He's
る。
still asleep.
静かなもんだよ。
Looks pretty peaceful.
今までの大し
So
たち
has
みたいになっ
Sonnen
ちま
gone
ったのか
crazy like the
それ
others?
とも
Inoue simply shook his head.
確かなことは
We won't know
目
for
を覚ますまで
sure
わ
until
から
he
ないね
wakes up.
見た目は
For
昨日
now,
まで
he
と
looks
変わら
just
ないんだ
like he always has. Suddenly, then, the door slid open.
おはようございま
Good
す
morning,
皆さん
everyone.
ご機嫌い
How's
かが
everyone
でしょう
doing?
うげ
Oh shit. Ito.
うげとはご挨拶です
That
よ
wasn't
ね
the warm welcome I expected. My,
皆さ
my,
ん
you look rather
お顔
glum.
の色が優れない様子ですけど
そりゃ朝っぱらからあんたの顔見たせいに決
Wasn't
まってる
honest
だろ
that's because we have to see your face in the morning? Nagakura, oh my goodness gracious, dude.
まあ長く
My
なったら
Nagakura, darling.
冗談がお
You're
上
such
手
a
です
jokester. Ito dismissed Nagakura's snide remark, and he turned to face the standing warriors.
皆さんの顔色が
Come
よ
now,
ろしく
why
ない
the
のは
long faces, everyone?
もしかして
It has to do something with the happenings of last night, I presume?
あ、
No, Desperately, Kondo's eyes flew around the room, as if looking for someone to offer an excuse.
よし
Sano, make something up!
あ、俺が
What, me?
実は
Well, you
昨
see
日
yesterday.
大根役者は出
You're
しゃ
a
ばらないで
miserable
くれるか
actor.
な
Keep your mouth shut.
そういうのだったら
How about
もっ
you
と得意な
leave
人
the
がいるじゃない
explaining to someone who can string two words together, Okita turned to Saito expectantly, and the latter spoke up at once.
伊藤参謀がお
As
察
you
し
may
の
have
通り
heard, Deputy Commander
Sakuban
Ito,
Donsho
an accident
Jiken
occurred last night at
発生しました。
headquarters.
ま
My,
あ事件
an
ですね
incident, you say?
はい
Yes.
ですが
However,
我
we
々
have
も
yet
ま
to
だ
assume a
全
real
容を把
grasp
握
on
で
the
きてはいない
situation.
状況です今の時点
An
での
attempt
説
to
明
make an
は余
explanation
計
now
な
is a
誤解
risk
を
of
招く
confusion
ばか
from
り
inaccurate information.
ですので今夜にで
If you
も場を
wish,
設け
I would be
詳しくお
happy
伝
to
えさ
provide
せてい
you
た
with
だきたく
a
存
more
じま
detailed
す
report this afternoon.
そういうことですの
I see. I
事情は分
understand.
かりましたよ今夜のお呼ばれ
I shall look
心
forward to
待ち
receiving
に
the
していま
details
す
this
な
evening.
では
Farewell then.
ごめんあ
Good
そ
day.
ばせ
Saito, the only one who can keep a straight face during all this. Ito brandished another strange smile, stood, nodded, and left the room promptly.
なんとか見逃しても
Seems
らえ
like
た
you
み
let
たい
us
で
off easy. What do you mean?
伊藤さんはなんだ
Ito
かんだ
has
で
his
頭
wits
が
about
回
him.
る人だから幹部が勢
We
ぞろ
shouldn't
いして
have
る場合
let
に
him see all
三
of
男
us
さん
together.
だっていねえんだあの人絡みで
The
何
only
かあった
man
って
missing
こ
was
と
Sunning. It won't take
ずくだ
till long to realize something's happened to him. Oh. Ito had likely guessed at what took place, but decided not to press the issue. I had looked up just in time to see Sunning shuffle through the door. Sunning!
そんな
Hey,
化け
come
物を
on,
見るよう
guys.
な目で見られても困り
Don't
ます
stare at me like I'm some kind of monster. He kinda is.
三男さん
Sunning,
起き
you
てて
sure
いいの
you
かい
should be up and about?
少し気だるい
I'm
で
only a
す
little drained.
こ
Sore.
れも薬
Side
の
effect
副
of my
作
new
用でしょう
condition, I suppose.
あの薬を飲
Those
ん
who
で
have
しま
taken
う
the
と
draught often find
昼間
activity
動く
during
ことも
daylight
困難に
hours to be
なりますから
especially taxing. Sunny looked a little pale, but it didn't look too difficult for him to stand and speak. But if it's hard for him to move during the day,
私は
I am no longer a human
人で
being.
はありません
Those words sunk our hearts heavily. Even the captain fell silent in his solemn admission.
いや、
Oh,
サムラ
Sonin,
君、
who
君
cares
が
what
生
you
きて
are?
いてくれてよかった。
You're alive.
我々はそれだ
That's
けで
good
十
enough for
分
me.
だと思う。
Kondo stood and grabbed Sonin's shoulders tightly, his expression bright and endearing. Tears nearly welled in his beaming eyes.
それで
So,
腕
how's
の
your
方は
arm?
どうなんです？
Has it healed?
治ったんですか？
まだ本調
I
子ではあり
haven't
ま
fully
せんが
recovered yet,
自
so I
分
would
でもよ
withhold
く
any
わからない
final
のです
judgments. But he lifted his left arm, the arm that before had hung limp at his side, and flexed his hand. It didn't look any different than before his injury.
治ってい
It
るよう
seems
で
to
すね
have been healed, at
少
the
なく
very
とも
least. Is
不
no
便が
longer
な
a
い程度に
hindrance. Hi, puppy. You licking me? Yeah? Okay. As long as you're not barking up a storm. Thank goodness. In spite of the chaos from last night, his wish to use his arm once more came true. However,
あの薬
you
を
can't
飲ん
go
だ
out
っ
in
て
the
ことは
sun though, right?
昼間動けねえようになっちまったんだろう。それなのに
Will you still be
タイ
able
ム
to
に
fight
参加
with
なんて
us?
できるのか？
His voice was calm, almost careless.
解決策は
I
あり
have
ま
an
す
idea.
私
Tell
が
everyone
死
I
んだこ
died.
とにすればいい
What?
これから私
Now
は
on, I will serve in the
薬の
course.
成功例と
Remind
して
them and
羅
us
刹を
that
束ねてい
success
こ
is
うと思
possible.
っています
三男さん、
Sonin, have you lost your
本
mind?
気で言ってるのか？あんた、
Do you
自
know
分
what
が
you're
何を言っ
saying?
てるのか分かってるのかよ。
分かってい
Of
ま
course
す
I
と
do.
長
Do
倉
you, Nagakura?
君こそ忘れたのですか我々は
The
薬
Shogun
の
had
存
ordered
在
us
を
to
伏
keep
せる
this
よ
thing
う
a secret.
幕府から命じられているのですよ私が死
If
んだこと
I
にすれば
die,
今までのよう
the
に
Shogun's
薬の
secrets
存在を
remains,
隠し通すことができるそれに
besides,
もし
considering the
薬の持
possibilities
つ
of
副
side
作用を
effects
消
being
すこと
managed
ができるの
or
で
even
すよ
removed,
それを
what
使わ
reason
ない
do we
で
have
はな
not
い
to use it? They seemed to be against Sonin's idea, though no one said anything. Who'd want to consign a friend to a life of secrecy, who lived in shadows? But
薬の実験
we
は
were given this task by the
幕府
Shogun
からの
himself.
指しでもあるし、そうするしか
Suppose it's our only choice.
まあ、三
Well,
男さんが
this
自
is
分
what
で
you
選んだ
asked
道
for,
ですし
Sonin.
止めたって聞
Besides,
く
you're
人
not
じゃない
the
で
type
す
to
よ。
listen either.
よくわかっ
You
て
know
い
me
ま
well,
す
don't you? You wouldn't have been more accurate. Hijikata scoffed at Sonin's suggestion, and bitterness frothed from his words.
短所移転の
This means
話
moving to a new
冗
location.
談じゃ済ま
Is
さ
it
れなかった。
something we can pull off any longer? Put off any longer?
三男さんの
If we're going to hide Sonin from Ito
広
and
い
his
土地
men,
が必
we
要
need more space. This place won't cut it.
同意しま
I
す
agree.
薬の研
If
究を
we
続けるの
intended
は
to begin research
なおの
again,
こと移転を急
then
ぐ
a
べき
move
だ
was even more urgent.
よし、
Alright,
ろく
everyone.
に寝てない
Even
と
though
こ悪
none
い
of
が、
you got much
話
sleep,
し合い
we
を
need to
始め
attend
さ
to
せてもらうぜ。
business.
雪村、
Yukimura,
お前は部屋に
you
戻
go
っ
back
て
to your room. I know you didn't sleep
寝
much.
てねえだ。
Okay, I understand. Please excuse me. I bowed to everyone and left the common room. I'm happy that Sonin was safe, but a whole flurry of new concerns arose. Learning of my father's horrible work? What will become of me? Will I be safe? Such thoughts buzzed heavily in my head as I walked back to my room. Wah, 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 wah. June 1865. Our emperor has passed and our year from the 2nd of Ganji to the 1st of Keo. It was 3 months since we'd moved to the headquarters to Nishihongwanji. There's a lot more room, but more room meant, well, farther to walk. I'd walked through it almost every day for weeks, and I was finally beginning to learn my way around. As I turned a corner near the back of the compound, I caught sight of someone sitting in the shadows. There you are, Sanin. Your food's ready. Oh, hello. Thank you. The snow disappeared, the cherry blossoms bloomed and fled, and now the swallows and the heat came. Sanin and I exchanged a pair of smiles, and I held out my hands to let the breeze brush against them. It's really gotten warm lately. Yes, it has. Unfortunately, the increased sunshine has been more unpleasant for me than the heat. Really? I didn't think the sun was particularly strong that day, but to Sanin, who hid in the shadows and out of sight during the day, it must have been unbearable. That night, he changed. Sanin's hair turned white, and his eyes was a thirst for blood. In his eyes was a thirst for blood. Keisuke Sanin. He was officially recorded as deceased, but he in fact drank the water of life and became a Fury. He is in command of the Fury Corps. Oh. Ah, oops, wrong thing. But looking at his peaceful smile now made it hard to imagine such a night was real. Someone had told me it was all a bad dream. I would have believed it. It wasn't a dream though, and now Sanin spends his days hiding from the sunlight and from others. For just a moment, the sun lit on Sanin's hair. Don't know if it was a trick of the light or simply my mind being foolish. In that moment, his hair was a brilliant white. Is something the matter? Look as though you've seen a ghost, which I hardly feel is polite. Oh, no, nothing at all. He looks perfectly normal now, of course. Surely, I thought, I must have simply imagined it. Even if I had, there was no denying that he was the same man who went mad with bloodlust. The fear of the night cast a shadow over my heart. It was unnerving. Hesuke and I made our way through the crowded as usual streets of Kyoto at a brisk pace. You know, I haven't gone out on patrol with you in quite a while, Hesuke. Oh? Oh yeah, I guess not. Edo had me pretty busy. So how was it while I was gone? Oh, Hesuke, if only you knew, man. Oh, Hesuke, my dear. Dramatic, yeah, basically. Shin and Sano didn't bug you while I was gone, did they? Everything was fine, and they were kind to me. Ah, that's good. So any updates on your dad? Did you find any leads? None at all. Oh, I see. I stopped by your old place in Edo with the information you gave me, but, well, there was no signs of anyone returning. Seriously, I wonder where you went. The somberness in Hesuke's voice started to rub off on me. Now I was depressed. Oh, thank you for taking the time to look anyway. There's nothing to thank me for. I mean, the fact you're not allowed to come and go as you please is completely our fault. Hesuke? Hesuke stopped himself mid-sentence, which was jarring. Ever since he returned from Edo, he's looked glum. Hey, Hesuke? How about you? It's been a while since you were in Kyoto. Does it seem different from Edo? Well, I sort of feel like the town has changed. So have the people. Huh? Wonder what was going through his head. Did something happen to him in Edo? His sudden change of character confused me. Hesuke's head jerked up slightly and he looked across the street. He stood on his toes and waved. Find anything over there? Nope, nothing. Everything's normal. Whoops! Gosh darn it. Okito was out on patrol as well, although his route took him through a different part of the town, of the city. Well, normal for now at least. I'm sure things will pick up once the Shogun gets here. The Shogun's coming to Kyoto? Yep. It's got Kondo all worked up too. Kondo truly respects Shogun Iemochi. Iemochi. Ah, I see. I hope it turns out well. Right, Hesuke? Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Yeah, I bet he is. Hesuke, what is going on, man? I need your energetic self here, man. Huh? Something had really gotten into him. I glanced at Okita to see if he noticed anything. Oh, Soji. Okita, are you alright? I'm fine. I think I just caught a cold or something. No, Soji, why are you... No! We must know what's wrong with Hesuke! Oh, I see. Well, please take care of yourself. I have medicines to treat colds, so I'll give you some when we return. Oh yeah? Thanks. Guess having you around comes in handy at times. What's the matter? Okita's eyes looked past me, and suddenly, something caught his attention off to the side. Whoa, what do you mean, no? Stop it! Let go of me! We're patriots fighting every day to kick those damn foreigners out of our country. You owe us a little booze. Or maybe even a little company. Across the street, a clump of perhaps 3 or 4 men were harassing a young girl. Okita! Hesuke! I see them. Stay here. But it appeared that Okita got to them first. Well, US patriots aren't what they used to be with men like you throwing the title around. The usual crowd shuffled away from Okita and the men as quickly as they could. No one wanted to be near the sight of unsheathed blades. The Ronin's eyes found Okita's jacket, and the men stiffened. You're one of those Shinsengumi fellas, ain't you? Oh, you must be the brains. So tell me, Chief, what's it gonna be? His lips curled into a predatory smile as his hand gripped his sword. There was no mirth in that rictus grin, and the Ronin's face grew much paler. Their moves were not totally deflated yet, as the ringleader made one more attempt. God damn it. Get out of here, you brown-nosing son of a bitch! Shut up if you really want to live. Maybe you should follow your own advice. The sight of Tushin's gummy blue jacket standing shoulder to shoulder was enough to deter the men. Screw you guys! The last of the color drained from their faces and they turned tail and ran. Ugh, they're going to just run away at the sight of us? Then they never should have picked a fight with us in the first place. You aren't going to go after them? Arrest them?
どんな罪
And
だ
charge them with which
君って意
crime
外と
exactly?
過激だな
Did I figure you for the iron fist sort? I didn't really mean it like that.
あの 助け
Thank
て
you
く
for
ださって
saving me.
ありがとうございました。私
My name is
長尾
Karu
香織と
Nogumi.
申します。
Nagumi. Nagumo. Blah! I can't talk. I watched as the girl gave Okita a quick bow. She was so refined, so ladylike. Even dressed like a girl, I doubted I could ever be as elegant as her. I'd only just begun to feel sorry for myself when suddenly I felt a hand on my arm. Whoa, Okita?
いいから
Calm down,
この子の
kid.
横に
Come
立
here
っ
and
て
stand next to her. He shoved me next to the girl we just rescued and stepped back to stroke his chin thoughtfully. Okita? Glanced nervously toward the girl and attempted to smile kindly under the circumstances. The smile she gave me in return was beautiful. There was something about it that seemed odd. She seems familiar.
やっぱり
Just as I thought.
よく似て
We
る
look
ね
just like each other.
二人とも
We look like? That's when I finally realized. She was identical to whom I saw in the mirror.
そっか
Really?
俺は
I
全
don't
然
think
似
they
てない
look
と
alike at
思う
all.
けどないや似てるよ
No, no, no. They're practically identical.
きっとこの子が女装したら
Dress the kid up like a girl and you wouldn't be able to tell them apart.
沖田さん、
Okita,
この方
she seems
困
troubled.
ってらっしゃいますよ。
Oh, I had to say something, but what? Perhaps she saw through my confusion, or perhaps it was something else.
きちんとお
I
礼を
wish
し
to
たいん
thank
で
you
すけれど
properly, but I'm afraid you've caught me in the middle of an important errand which I must attend to.
ご無礼
Please forgive
ご
my
容赦くだ
rudeness.
さいね。このご恩を
I hope I will be able
お
to
返し
repay you soon, Okita the
新選
Shinsengumi.
組の沖田総司さん。
With that, the girl who called herself Karu disappeared into the crowds of Kyoto, although the uneasiness created by her presence remained.
おいおい
Hey, hey,
掃除にキレ
looks
もある
like
んだ
she's got the hots for you, Soji.
今のがそう見えたんなら平介は一
Oh,
生佐野
Hesuke,
さん
is
に
that
勝て
really
な
what
い
you
よね
think? Got a long way to go before you're at Sano's level. Ah, water. What? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Their back and forth continued, but my mind was somewhere else. My mind was elsewhere. Last night's rain left a number of puddles on the road, and when I looked into them, I saw a strange girl who looked just like me. Karu, huh? Wind caught the surface of the puddle, sending a flurry of ripples across it. Hey, let's get going! Moving. Alright, I'm coming! Turned and ran toward Hesuke and Okita, already on their way back to headquarters. The temple was much larger than the compound in Mibu. As advertised, the whole Shinsengumi could gather in the common room with space to spare. As Kondo spoke, his voice echoed grandly throughout the hall. Excuse me. Standing before Kondo were many proud men under his leadership with glowing expressions.
皆も
By now, I imagine you have all heard that Iemochi Tokugawa, the 14th shogun of the Tokugawa shogunate, will be visiting our city of Kyoto.
その上洛に
The
伴い
Shinsengumi have been asked to guard him as he passes through the city on his way to
新選組
Nijo
総力をもっ
Castle.
て警護の任に
I've
当
been
た
to
るべし
Nijo
と
Castle.
の要請を受けた
I visited Nijo Castle when I was in Kyoto. Haha. Anywho,
将軍校の
what?
警護
The Shogun?
新選組が
The Shinsengumi guards the Shogun?
こりゃとんで
Wow,
もねえ
that's
大
one big
出世だ
promotion. It's too hard for them to ignore us after Ikeda and Hamaguri, huh?
たちの
work's finally
働きを
paying off.
認めざるを得なかったんだ。
警護中は文字
Yes,
通
you
り
could say the fate of the
僕
country
ら
will
の
be
刀に
resting on our
国の行
swords.
く
Huh?
末がかかってるってことですか。
そういうことだ。
That's exactly it.
てめえ
You
ら
guys better be
気合い
ready for
入れ
it.
ていけよ。
将軍公の
Guarding the
警護とは
shogun. That is one
大役
big
ですね。
role.
本当に
Indeed. If only Sonin was alive,
三男さん
he
が
would
生
have
きてい
been
れば
so happy.
どれほどお喜びになったことか。
I don't know how to feel about Ito.
本当に
How truly dreadful to have lost such an ally. Ito wiped crocodile. Ito wiped crocodile tears away from his eyes with his silk handkerchief. Ito and his followers were told Sonin died. In fact, the entire incident surrounding his transformation had been covered up. Only a few of the men in the Shinsengumi knew the truth.
伊藤さん、
Oh, Ito.
こたびの幕命
I
を
think performing the
立派に
job
成し遂
given
げ
to
る
us
こと
by
こ
the
そ
Shogun is what
亡くなっ
Sonin
た
would
三
have
男君
wanted.
が真に望んでいることだと思います。
え
Yes,
分かってい
I
ますわ。
understand.
私たちの名を
It's an excellent
天下に
opportunity for us
広く
to
知らし
thrust
め
our
る
name
絶好
into
の
the
機会
forefront
で
of
す
the masses.
ともあれ
Things are going
こ
to
れ
be
から
pretty
忙
hectic
しくなり
soon.
ますな。
まずは
Let's
タイ
get
の
our
編成を考え
assignments hashed out. To
とりあえ
begin,
ず俺
I'd
と
like
ト
Toshi,
それから
Soji,
ソ
and
ジ
myself to.
待ってくれ、近藤さん。
Sorry, Kondo, but
ソジは今回外してやってくれね
you
えか。
think maybe Soji can sit this one out?
なぜ
Why is that?
なんでも
Supposedly
風
he's
が治らねえ
his
と
cold hasn't recovered.
火を
Repeatedly told him to take care of himself. Yes, I agree. He really hasn't made much of an impression.
本当か
What?
大丈夫なのか
Soji, is
ソ
this
ジ
true? Are you alright?
大した風邪じゃないん
Hajime
で
is
すけ
just
どね
being a mother hen,
土方
sir.
さんは大げさなん
I
ですよ
think I'm fine.
何言ってやがる
Don't
ん
give me
だ
that crap.
さっき
You
も
just
咳
about
してた
coughed
だ
up a
ろ
lung earlier.
それ
Is that your
薬を売
excuse
りつ
to
ける
sell
ため
me
の
on
工
some
場です
meds?
か
No matter
何を
what,
言
I
われて
won't
も
buy
石
Ishida
田三役は
medicinal
買いませ
powder.
んよ
そんなんじゃね
That's
え
not what
よ
I'm trying to
いい
do.
から
Just shut up and follow my orders. I gave Okita some pretty strong medicine not too long ago. I wonder if it didn't work. Or maybe he doesn't have a cold. Rather, he's inhaling dust from the lack of cleaning here? Then, suddenly someone raised his hand.
平介
What's the matter,
どうしたんだい
Hesuke? Something on your
何
mind?
か気になることでもあるのか
あのさ
Uh,
近藤さん
Kondo,
実は
I'm
俺
not
もちょっと調子が
feeling so great either.
なんだ
You too,
平介
Hesuke?
も風邪か
Better take care of
気を
yourself.
つけないといかんぞせっかくの晴れ
This
舞
is
台
our time to shine. I was hoping to have all of us there to greet the shogun.
すいません
Yeah, sorry.
ああいや
Oh
責
no
めた
no,
わけで
your
はない
health comes first.
体調は
Always.
大事だからないずれまた機会もあるであろう
Surely
し
I'll have to go.
二人にはその時存分に働いてもらいたい
Surely have another chance. I just have to make sure you get to do something spectacular. Kondo and Hijikata continued to discuss their formation, but suddenly Hijikata turned to me.
そういや雪村
Alright, what are you
お前
going
は
to
どう
do?
する
What?
ほうけてるんじゃ
Don't
ね
give
え
me
よ
that. I'm asking if
お
you're
前
coming
は
with us
警
or
護
not.
に参加するのかって聞いてんだ
I can go too?
無論構わん
Of
と
course. We certainly wouldn't mind.
君も今や
Joel, you're
新選組の一
particularly
員
one
と
of
言っ
us.
ても
If
過
you
言ではない
want, I'd love to have
ぜ
you
ひ
come.
参加してくれ
Could I really go? I hesitated for a moment, confused, and Okita laughed.
まあ行ってもいいん
Why
じゃ
don't you
ない
go?
そんな
Doesn't
に
seem
危
too
険もな
dangerous
さそうだ
either.
しね長州藩士は
Yeah,
興
the
味
Choshu
津々でき
domain
るから
can't come in or out of Kyoto, so I'm sure there will be no fights. What should I do? I'm a little concerned about a person like me who's not a warrior coming along, but I was feeling emotionally strained with no leads of my father turning up on rounds. I'll go!
よしわかった
Alright then.
お前には
I figured we'd put you in
伝令
charge
や
of running
使いっ
errands
走
as a
りを頼む
messenger.
ことになると思うがなこき使って
I'm
やる
using
か
the hell out of you, so
覚悟
brace
しとけ
yourself. Oh, thanks. I'm the messenger lady slash boy. In the early days of the Tokugawa shogunate, Nijo Castle was a place for the shogun to stay on his way to the capital. It's been a while since the shogun actually stayed in it, though. We met the shogun on the road and began our escort about 30 minutes earlier. Arrived at the castle relatively recently. By now, I imagine Kondo, Nagakura, Inoue, and the men who were greeting the officials and other important people in the shogun's retinue. Well, I've got a job to do too. It was my job to tell soldiers when to change shifts, to carry out messages, and to carry messages back and forth. A glorified errand girl. In other words, I don't see myself being useless, though. I think. I've come with a message. What? You're the messenger? This isn't the playground, you know. Well, I'm not here to play. Is that so? But would someone like you, who can't even use a sword, do for anyone? Excuse you! I can use a sword! Screw you, dude! I can totally use a sword! Boo to you, boo! I've come to do what I can do. Would you mind if we stop playing games? Speak. The chief is currently going around, paying his respects to the people in the castle. Everyone else continue with the guard. Message received. Huh? That's it? It's that simple? What's up with your dumb face? Surprised I listened to your message? Oh, well, no, I just... A job is a job. I don't plan on making it personal. Okay, he at least has some sense, but rude. You're still rude. Alright, you've delivered your message. Get out of here. Okay. Mickey, I never really got on the best of terms, but maybe he's a responsible person. After he shooed me away, I continued attending to my duties as a messenger. In the surroundings of Nijo Castle, I can see the warriors wearing a white uniform, which was different than the afternoon uniform. There's too many guys to deal with to try to choose from. Okay, no. But yes, that is a good question, though. Hi, Tiny. You happy? You done barking at things, huh? They don't seem too nervous, but I guess it makes sense. Some of the imperial nationalist extremists were driven out of Kyoto, and many warriors fled. There's no way anything would happen. A sudden chill ran down the length of my spine. I froze. I knew the feeling. A length of cold steel seeking entry into your flesh, eyes shining with a lust for blood and violence. Since I'd begun living with the Shinsengumi, I felt it more than once. Bloodlust. My eyes were drawn to the roof where no one would think to look. A large wall cast of a shadow, shielding a section of the roof from the moonlight. There they stood. You! So have you noticed us? Not too slow then. It's the guys! Not to be confused with the boys. Don't make me laugh during seriousness, man! They looked very distinctive, unlike any soldiers I'd seen before, but 3 sets of piercing eyes scattered my thoughts, making it hard to think. I'd recognized them. Now I had to put names to faces. Chikage Kazama. Kyuju Amagiri. Kyo Shiranui. They were connected to both the Satsuma and the Choshu. They made an effort to impede the Shinsengumi at Ikeda and again at Hamaguri. But why are you here? You mean, how did we get here, right? Well, the answer is simple. Man-made obstacles like these are shit to a demon. We are here for a specific purpose. That purpose is you, Kanae Yukimura. We're here for you. Run, run, run! What? My heart was pounding so hard it could burst. Why do these men know my name? I don't understand. A demon? What do you mean? And what are you here for? No, you must be joking. How can you ask what a demon is? Perhaps you're the one joking here. I don't want to know. I don't want to know anymore. Goodbye. We're done. Bye. Bye. We're done now. Sorry, water. He stepped forward, cloaked in shadows. When Amagiri spoke, it was calm and peaceful, as if he were reasoning with a frightened child. Do your injuries heal quickly? I held my breath. Do you heal from injuries faster than a human could? Than any human could? Maybe, but it's not your business. How does he know my secret? I've never revealed it to anyone before. Oh, well, words struggled to come to mind, just as I was about to deny their accusations. What the hell? Maybe it'll be quicker if we just give her a demonstration. Shiranui's gun glistened eerily. Shiranui, do you really intend on injuring such a rare female demon? See, the demon part sounds very familiar, but I don't remember the reason why. Hey, don't tell me what to do. The kid's being stubborn, so what can I do? After Kazuma glared at Shiranui, his eyes drifted towards the Kodachi on my hip again. You don't need words. Her family name is a demon, and she carries the demon of the East Kodachi. This is enough proof. My family name? What's wrong with Yukimura? I didn't understand what he was saying. The cold sweat started inching down my spine. Then again, it isn't as though we need your permission to kidnap you. Female demons are rare. Now come with me. Chikage, why do you speak so quietly? Jesus. His hand stretched out from the darkness, pale and grasping like the tentacle of some hideous subterranean monster. Then a blade flickered through the night. Whoa there, pal. Trying to pick up chicks in a back alley? That's not creepy at all. Yes, Harada! you again. The culture and the nose of a dog, I see.
それはこちらのセリフ。
One could say the same of you. Hada, Saito! My legs almost collapsed, as if this now shattered tension was the only thing keeping me standing. I teetered backwards, my balance momentarily lost. A strong, sinewy hand caught me and pulled me back. Its grip hard as steel.
下がってる。
Stay back. Hijikata! One hand guiding me around behind him even as the other drew his sword.
将軍の首でも取り
I
に来たかと
figured you
思え
were
ば
here for the shogun's head.
こんなガ
What
キ
do you
一
want
人
from a
に一
kid?
体何の
I have little interest in you or the shogun right now. The matter at hand concerns only us demons.
鬼だと
Demons? His eyes narrowed. Hijikata seemed perplexed by Kazama's statement, as if contemplating the possibility of its truth.
こいつの
Haven't seen these punks since Hakuoki.
腐れんって
I guess we're fated, huh?
大して嬉しく
Doesn't
も
make me
ねえがな
particularly happy.
再会という意味でこちら
True,
も同じ
though I feel a little at this
だが
reunion.
何の考えもわかんない
我々の邪魔立て
So
をす
you
る
are going
つ
to be
も
in
り
our
です
way, then. The tension was so thick in the air that I could scarcely breathe. They were a power keg ready to explode. Even the slightest movement could set them off. It wasn't like I could do much. But I still wanted to help them, so I grabbed my sword.
区長たちの心
Don't
配
worry
は
about the
ご無用
commander and the captains. Yamazaki, when did you?
区長の命
I've been ordered to return you to
君は
headquarters.
このまま俺が屯所まで連れて行く
Then you're telling me to run away?
その通り
Exactly. And if you were here, there would be nothing you could do. I mean, he may be right, but I... Go back to headquarters. Even as I ran back to the headquarters with Yamazaki, I couldn't shake the fear in my heart. When I finally got to the compounds, I still felt nervous, and I could do nothing but stare into the blank darkness behind me.
もう大丈
You're
夫
fine now.
さす
I'm
がに
sure they can't follow
こ
you
こまで
here.
追ってはこれまい
But
不安なところ申し訳ないが
I feel really bad saying this
俺
when
は
you're
区長た
worried,
ちのところへ
but
戻らなくては
I
な
must return to the commander. Don't worry, Yamazaki, I understand. Doesn't mean it makes me feel any better.
皆将軍校
If
の警
everyone
護に
is
出て
out
い
to
るから
protect the shogun,
今
then
の
most of the
屯所に
warriors aren't
大
going
使
to
は
be
ほとん
here.
ど残っていない沖田さんか東堂さん
Thing
の
is
ところ
most
にい
safe
るの
for
がいい
you
だ
to be with Okita or
そ
Todo.
こが最も安全だ
Okay. Understood.
では
Well, I'll leave the rest to you.
頼んだぞ
With that, he disappeared back into the darkness. Suddenly, the night felt very quiet. The word demon echoed through my head. Their faces floated in front of my eyes. I shook my head. As the temple came into focus, I felt very, very alone. As Yamazaki said, I should go find Okita or Hesuke. I'm gonna go with Hesuke because I like him better. I don't. I have mixed feelings about Okita at this point, but I like Hesuke better, so screw him. The night compounds that I'm so used to felt like a place I didn't know. Nearly all of the members of the Shinsengumi left to guard the shogun, which meant the compound was still cold and oddly quiet. So when I spotted Hesuke, I was quite relieved. Hesuke. Huh? Kanai?
なんでここにい
What
る
are
ん
you
だ
doing here all alone?
将軍
You
の
guys
警護は
already
終わった
finished
の
with the
か
shogun? No, I don't want to be heartbroken, so screw Okita. Still screw Okita. What are you doing here all alone? Did you guys already finish with the Shogun? Actually, I didn't know where to start. Stumbling over my words off more often than not, poured out the whole story. At the mention of Amagiri, the man who'd wounded Hesuke at Ikeda, he scowled. Like I came to Nijo Castle. Not only that, they came for you? Yeah. Are you sure they weren't mistaken? Maybe they mixed you up with someone else. Ooh, makeover? Is that in the second game, I'm assuming? I don't think so. I don't know how, but they knew my name. I see. That's kind of creepy. It's alright now because you're here. But I'm alright now, right? Yep, you don't have to worry so long as you're here. I'll be with you. Aww, SK. Thanks. He pounded his chest with one fist and grinned. I felt a little better. There's something about his bravado that was somehow comforting. Ah, I gotcha. I mean, if they added all that extra content, I can understand why they would split it up. Probably too big of a file to keep it all in one game. If I remember correctly, this one was like at least 2 gigs when I was downloading it, if I remember correctly. But wait, I thought you didn't feel well? Shouldn't you be resting aside? Or better yet, I'll prepare some medicine. About that. Actually, the truth is, I'm fine. I lied. What? Why? He looked at me for a moment, then shook his head in defeat. I don't want to leave to guard the Shogun. What do you mean you didn't want to go? Why? Hesuke seemed to be unsure whether to open up. He looked up at the night sky for a moment. Eventually, he slowly, but quietly, continued speaking. Well, Kondo, Hijikata, the shogunate, they all respect Iamochi very much. But I just can't get myself to feel the same way. What do you mean by that? I was in disbelief that he would admit such a thing, so I had to ask. I don't think you know since you haven't been back to Edo lately, but in Edo, you can see foreigners building all these towers, setting up shop like they own the place. But it seems like the officials of the shogunate don't think anything of it. Does he really plan on expelling the foreigners? It's starting to make me feel like he has no interest in protecting the civilians of Edo. So under these circumstances, here comes the shogun. I left a bad taste in my mouth. Besides, you heard about it, right? About that serum? My heart pounded. I did. That was all orders given by the shogunate. Kondo believed that if we worked hard and showed some results, someday the shogunate would approve of our efforts, but can't shake this feeling, knowing there's a high chance they'll just use us, then throw us away. Hesuke. Oh, don't get me wrong, though. I'm not saying that I have an issue with how Kondo and Hijikata are running things. I mean, I really do like them and respect them enough that I've moved all the way to Kyoto for them. Hesuke's eyes were filled with confusion and pain, and it hurt my heart seeing them. To be in the predicament of not knowing what's right or wrong, and how to comfort being loyal to something you don't believe in? So, was that why you invited Ito to the Shinsengumi? Yeah. Ito is very in tune with politics, and he keeps up with trends and has a lot of connections. I would have thought he might lead the troops in a good direction. Well, at least better than now. As any group grows, it must begin to accept people with differing viewpoints. Size and human nature simply decrees it cannot be tightly focused forever. So long as the Shinsengumi fought in the front lines of any war, it would lose friends to death. But how many might it lose? I wondered, to differences of opinion? Did my best to put the thought from my mind. Enjoy the present. Don't worry about the future. That was what I truly believed. I quietly looked up at the starry sky. Since then, once the rest of the men returned, there was a meeting among the captains. The subject of that meeting was the 3 men at Nijo Castle, Chikage Kazama, Kyuju Amagiri, and Kyoshi Ranui. They called themselves demons, and their previous encounters with the Shinsengumi suggested they were somehow involved with the Satsuma and Choshu. The Satsuma were the most powerful domain in the opposition domain, and the Choshu are publicly expressive of their dissent towards the shogunate. The Choshu are essentially enemies of the court. I don't know how the 3 men are supposedly affiliated with the domains, but it was adamantly clear they are not to be dealt with carelessly. There was another problem, however. Why had they come for me? They said I was one of them, and they knew about my family name and my kudachi. But how? My name is Kanae Yukimura. I am the daughter of my father and my mother. I am a normal girl, nothing out of the ordinary. But who am I? June 1864. Didn't you just say of 1865? Please tell me I'm not wrong. Is this another typo? The compound was alive with noise and movement. I passed several soldiers in the halls, each one of them excited about something. I'm pretty sure it's 1865. I'm pretty sure. What was going on? This is unconscientiable. Never in all my... Ito? Is something wrong? Yes. Yes. I say everything is wrong. Why should I be made to bare my skin in the same room as those savages? I think I remember this. Ito's explanation was useless. I was completely confused. Is there something going on today? Ito did his best to collect himself, shakily, adjusting his hair and clothing before he spoke. Someone claiming to be a doctor whom Kondo met on his visit to the Shogun has arrived. He is conducting physical examinations. With a disdainful sniff, he glared pointedly across the hall towards the area he'd just left. The men were getting physical checkups, that much I knew. Given my particular situation, I had been exempted by the captains, who also gave me special instructions to stay away.
あのハゲ坊主じゃなくて
That
お医者
hairless
様
monster. I mean, that doctor.
皆の前で
He demanded I
私
remove
に
my
着
clothes
物
in
を
front
脱
of
げとおっしゃる
everyone.
のよ
When I refused,
拒んだら無理
as
やり
any
脱がせ
decent
よう
man
とする
would,
し
he tried to remove them himself. By force!
それに
And
あ
the
の
rest
大
of
使
them
たちの態
just,
度
just stood there.
野獣みたい
What
でした
sort of uncultured savages are they? Savages seemed a bit strong. At any rate, perhaps I should go see just what a physical entailed. I was a doctor's daughter, after all. What's this doctor's name?
確か
I believe he calls
松
himself
本良順とか言ってたかしら
Ryojun Matsumoto. What? Wait, Dr. Matsumoto?
何
What's
よ
up with
その
that
反応
reaction? Do you
知り
know
合いな
him?
の
When I first came to Kyoto, my plan was to find Dr. Matsumoto. My father told me that I could rely on the man if I ever needed anything. Unfortunately, he was away on business when I'd arrived, and after that, I'm going to watch the physical exams. There is no time to waste. Oh my, so you want to see those savages? What peculiar tastes. Oh my god, Ito. You're such a girl. Is this it? I could hear loud voices from inside. Oh. The scene froze me in place.
次の人
Alright, next.
おう、俺の番だな。一丁頼んます先生。
At last, my turn. Check this out, Doctor.
どうすか。剣術一筋で期待に鍛えたこの体。
The voices make it so much better. Oh my god. Oh. What do you think? You're looking at an amazing product of years of training. I can't even do this seriously. My goodness gracious. Your body's fine, Shin. I think it's your head the doctor ought to be looking at. What's that? You say you want me to beat the daylights out of you? You're fine, Shinpachi Nakakura. Now, get next.
じゃあ先生。
Whoa, hold
もっ
on
とちゃ
there,
んと見
Doc.
てく
You
れ
gotta
よ。
get a look at this. Right?
いやいや
No,
申し
you're
分ない
quite fine.
健康体
Healthy
だ
as a horse. And I've seen quite enough, thank you.
シンパチ後ろが使えてるんだからさっさと終わらせろって
Harada's and Saito's faces. Oh god. Holding up the line, Shinpachi. Get moving, okay?
そうじゃなく
I'm
って
just
よ。
saying. I
もっと
don't
他に
really
見る
think
ところがあん
you've
だろ。
had time to fully examine.
鍛え抜かれた鋼のようなこ
Don't
の
you
筋
want to
肉
get
と
a
か。
slice of this
餃子み
beefcake?
たいに屈
I've
強
got
そうな
nearly
体
20
型とか。
servings on a plate right here. Too many servings on a plate right here.
診察は見ても
A
らう
medical
もので
examination
見
is
せ
for
つける
finding
ものでは
problems, not showing
さ
off.
っさとど
Now
け
move. That's right, Saito. You tell him. It wasn't difficult to see why Ito was desperate to escape. I couldn't imagine him as part of such a display. I got to see some beefy boys. What should I do? I feel like it's rude to intrude.
雪村君
Yukimura, what are you
こんな
doing
とこ
here?
ろでどう
Is
かしたの
something the matter? Oh, Yamazaki, hello. I heard that Dr. Matsumoto was here. I will be right back really quick. Okay, I'm back. Yamazaki didn't look like he was in the mood to tolerate my snooping, so he went to the point.
なるほど。
I see.
松
Taking you
本
in to
先生
speak
に
with
何
him,
か
huh?
話があるようだな。君のことはある程度聞いている。事情
I
は
have
おおよ
been
そ分かっ
briefed on everything regarding your situation. I think I know what you're doing.
た。だが、
However,
診
the
察がなかな
schools
か
are
終わ
taking
ら
some
ないよう
time.
だ。
Will
俺
you
に
leave
任
this
せて
to
くれ
me?
るか。
I promise I'm not trying to look in on purpose. Oh, Yamazaki. What should I do? I'm just gonna do it so I don't make things more uncomfortable. Are you sure? Then yes, please do so.
分かった。
Got it.
少し
Please
待っていて
excuse
くれ。
me. Yamazaki went over to Dr. Matsumoto.
松本先生、
Pardon me, Dr. Matsumoto.
軽い症状
Please
の
allow
も
me
の
to
なら
look after
俺が
those
代わり
whose
に見
symptoms
ます。
are minor.
そ
Why
ろ
not
そ
take a
ろ
little
休
break?
憩してはどうですか。
で
I'll
は
take you
そう
up
させ
on
て
your
もらおう
offer.
か。
We don't have to think about that, okay? I waited outside for Dr. Matsumoto until he stepped out of the examination room. Excuse me. Yes. He looked at me for a moment, his eyes narrowed in curiosity.
薬の補充も兼ねて休
I
憩
need to
にしよ
fetch
うか。
some more medicine, so maybe it's a
ちょっと
good
手伝
time
っ
to
て
take
くれるかね。
for a break. Can you give me a hand? Oh, yes, of course. What luck. Dr. Matsumoto.
松本先生、
Oh,
雪村。
Doctor, hello. Oh, hello, Yukimoto. Oh, hi, Kondo.
おお、早
I
速
see you
会えたよ
found her
な。
already.
はい。お
Yes,
かげ
I
さ
see
ま
you.
で。
What? I was utterly lost. Dr. Matsumoto laid a gentle hand on my shoulder.
私は君に会うためにここ
I
に
came
来
here
た
to
ん
see
だよ。
you. Aw, thanks, Dr. Matsumoto.
コードさんの娘さん
Kondo
が
told me
こ
that
こに身を
Kodo's
寄せて
daughter
いる
was
と
staying with
近
the
藤さんが教え
Shinsengumi.
てくれたんだ。
Oh, I see.
コードさんと松本
I
先
knew
生
Kodo
が
and
懇意にしていた
Matsumoto
こと
were
は
acquaintances.
俺も知っていたからな。何かコード
So I
さんの
thought
手
perhaps
がかりになれ
Matsumoto
ば
might
と
be
思
able
い、
to give us a
松
clue
本
as
先生が
to
今日
his
に戻
friend's
って
whereabouts.
すぐに連絡を
Looked
取っ
him
た。
up as soon as he returned to Kyoto. The Shinsengumi had their own reasons for wanting my father found, but Dr. Matsumoto's appearance was still a cause for joy. Thank you, both of you. They smiled. Dr. Matsumoto then explained he had just barely missed me when he left for Edo as I came to Kyoto. He received all my letters, but once he finally returned, he had no idea where I was, and consequently couldn't find me.
すれ違いだったとはいえ
I'm sorry I
辛い
missed
思い
you.
をさせてしまったようだ。
You must have had a rough time of it.
君がここにいる事情は分かっておるよ。
No, I'm doing all right. So, Dr. Matsumoto, about my father. His face took on a grim cast. Before he even spoke, I knew what his response would be.
残念ながら
Unfortunately,
私もコ
I
ー
know
ドさ
no
んの居
more
場所は
about
知らないんだ。
where Kodo might be than you do. I see. The defeated tone of my voice surprised me. I suppose on some level I believe Dr. Matsumoto had some miraculous revelation about my father. Foolish of me, of course, but that didn't make the truth any less devastating. Kondo simply nodded.
君はここにいることで
I hear
あの
you've
薬に
become
関わっ
involved
て
with
しまったようだね。
the treatment.
あの薬。つ
You
まり
know
コ
what I
ード
mean,
さんが
don't
新
you?
選組で行
Kodo's
っていた研究のことについてだが、
Yes, I knew what he meant. The experiments my father conducted with some strange concoction that would make people go mad. Please tell me about it. I want to know everything my father was doing. He nodded.
高堂
Kodo
さん
was
が
working
革
with
命
the
を受け
Shinsengumi
新
under
選組で
orders
行
from
っ
the
ていた
Shogun
のは
creates
羅
what
刹
were
を
called
生み出す実験だっ
Furies.
た羅刹とはすなわ
Furies
ち
are humans
鬼
with
神のごとき
nigh
力と
demonic
驚異
strength
的
and
な治癒
speed,
能力を持つ人間
phenomenal
の
healing abilities. Furies. This term seems so familiar. Then I realized I'd overheard some of the men talking about it.
掃除めったなこと言う
Oh, so Furies come from something you drink where any injuries could be cured. Furies that Husky spoke about are meant to be pitied.
そしてその羅刹
The
を生み出
substance
したの
that
は
transforms
落ち
normal
水
men
という
into
薬
these
だ
Furies is called the water of life.
これは西洋で
In
はエリ
China,
クサ
they call it
中華では先
sentan.
端と呼ばれるものに値するつまるところ
In short,
不老
it
不死の
grants
霊薬みた
immortality.
いなものだ
Furies. Water of life. It sounded more like something from a fairy tale rather than real life. But there was something in Dr. Matsumoto's tone of voice that said he was telling the truth. I've already heard about how it makes you strong and hard to kill. But doesn't it cause so much pain that it makes most people go crazy? And even if you survive that, then even the smell of blood can make you go crazy again. Dr. Matsumoto nodded slowly, then pinched the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger. He looks very tired.
そこまで知ってい
So
た
you
の
know
か
about that too. Yes. They were human, but not human. Perhaps they were almost entirely different now? I couldn't see how this water of life could ever be used for good. Even if it had healed Sonin's arm, he'd suffer greatly in the process. Why? It sounded more like a moan than a question. My father would never want to ruin the life of another, but because of what he'd done, people suffered, and some even died. Why was my father doing this? But it wasn't just my father. I was sure no one involved expected such a terrible outcome.
だからこそ
Perhaps this is why Kodo left. His conscience would no longer allow him to continue.
しかし
But the water of life was an opportunity given to us by the Shogun to help strengthen Shinsengumi.
授けてくださった知恵でもあるのです
The doctor only shook his head.
あの計画は失
It
敗
was
だ
an experiment,
行わない方がい
and
い
it has failed.
幕府
You
も見
should
切
put
り
it
をつけ
behind
てい
you.
るはずだ
Sure, the shogunate has abandoned it as well. Kondo frowned, perhaps unhappy that Dr. Matsumoto would question the shogunate's original decision.
あの薬を飲んだ
You've
大
seen
使
what
たちが
happened to
ど
the
うなっ
men
た
it
か
was
近
tested
藤
on
さんもよ
Kondo.
く知ってるだろうあの計画は
Cannot be allowed
人
to
道的に
continue.
決して
This
許される
experiment's
もんじゃない
inhumane, you know it. Kondo gave a non-committal grunt and fell silent. I was sure Kondo knew just how dangerous it was to use the water of life, but the shogunate had come to him with a request. Perhaps he couldn't refuse, even if he wanted to. Silence fell like a thick blanket.
たとえ将軍校の御殿医を務めておられる方のお言葉といえど、大使でもない方に口を差し挟まれる筋合いはありません。
Sanin? His face was pale as moonlight, as if he was a walking corpse. Is it okay for you to be up right now?
三男君
Shouldn't you be resting,
休んでい
Sanin?
た方がいい
You
の
look
ではない
pale.
か
ご心配な
Don't worry about me. He bowed quickly, his mouth a compressed line, and turned to regard the doctor with a cool gaze.
我々は我々の裁量で
Use this treatment
例の
effectively.
薬を有
and at our
効
own
に活用させていただいています。
しかし危
It's
険だ
dangerous to go
あの
too
薬は
strong.
人が扱える
and
よう
far
な
too
代物じゃない
研究は
We
続
have
いていま
continued
す。
Koto's research.
そして
I am, as you
この
can see,
私という
living
成功
proof,
例も
so
あ
to
ります。
speak. As Sanin did indeed prove, it was possible to drink the water of life and retain your sanity. It just wasn't easy.
一見平気そうに
Perhaps
見え
you're
るかも
right.
しれんが体のどこかに
But
相
that
当
would
無理を
also
かけ
mean
て
that
い
you're
ること
forcing
も
your
考
body
えら
in
れる
ways
ぞ
that eyes can't see.
私は
I am
至って
perfectly
健
healthy.
康ですよ。今後も研究
I
と改良
respectfully
を重ね
disagree.
れば
With continued
薬
research
の
and
質が上がる
modification,
のは明
we'll
白で
have
す。
more successes and fewer casualties.
そのためにさら
Do
に
you
多
plan
く
on
の大使を犠牲に
sacrificing
する
more
つ
of
も
your
りかね。
men in order to have more successes?
成功するかどうかもわか
Using
らん
your
実
men to
験に大
experiment
使を
with
付き
things
合わせ
that
るのは
put them in danger
生命を
goes
冒
off
涜
as a
していると
disregard
しか
for
思
life.
え
It's
ん
a
が。
disgrace.
彼らは我
The
々
men who
の
gave their
礎
lives
と
are
なっ
the
たのです。
foundation of our work.
無
They
駄
did
死
not
にでは
die
あ
in
りま
vain.
せん。
しかしだな。
But
まあまあ
alright, that's enough
松本
from
先生も
both
三
of
男
you.
君も落ち着いてこの話は
Why don't we
後
discuss
日
this
改
some
め
other
て
time?
ということにしないか。
It was my private opinion that they were unlikely to agree, no matter what time they discussed the subject, but I felt it was polite to keep quiet. Yeah, I mean, not even like just what few things you interact with him, yeah, he turns really douchey. I'm sure it doesn't get any better.
そうだな。
Very well. There seemed to be very little common ground between them, but both arguments had merit. Kondo had likely seen this as well, and he chose to end things before it got unpleasant.
近藤さんがそう
If you
おっしゃ
insist,
るのであ
Kondo.
れば。
Sanen's face betrayed nothing of what he might be thinking, even when the corner of his mouth quirked up into the beginning of a smile. He bowed quietly and left as swiftly as he arrived.
そういえば先生、
So,
健康診断の
how
方
did
は
the
どう
exams
でした
go?
かな。
ああ、
Oh
そ
yeah,
れ
it's
な
about
んだ
that.
がな。
The
頭
sure
を
is a
抱え
headache.
たよ。
Poor Dr. Matsumoto, I feel so bad for him.
え
What?
それ
Why
は
is
一
that?
体なぜ？
なぜも
What
何
do
も
you mean, why?
怪
The
我
amount
人
of
や
injured
病
and
人を
sick
合計
warriors
し
is
たら
nearly a
全
third of your
大使の
force.
3分の1近くになるじゃないか。
What?
なんと。
Impossible.
なんとじゃないぞ、
It's
近
not
藤
only
さん。
possible, Kondo.
あん
It
た
is
らは
the
今まで
truth.
何をやって
What
た
have
ん
you
だ。
been doing to these poor men?
切り傷からしぶ
Cuts,
り腹まで。
lacerations, bowel
この
pain.
豚書は
Entire
病
place
の
is
見
lousy
本
with,
市だぞ。
well, lice for one.
面目ない。
Seriously?
ま
I'm
さ
so
かそん
embarrassed
な
to
こと
hear
になっ
this.
て
I
いた
never
と
would have imagined.
まずは病室を
First, you
用意
need
し
to
て、
set
そ
aside a
こ
room
に病人を
dedicated to
運び込
medical
んでくれ。
care. Sick men can be sent there.
それから
Second, you need to
豚書を
clean this
清
place
潔
up.
にしてもらわん
Otherwise,
と
I won't be able
話
to
にな
help
らん
you.
承知しました。
Understood.
すぐに
I'll
取り
get
掛
to
かり
it
ます。
this instant. Go, Dr. Matsumoto. Woo. So we were ordered to clean the entire compound.
ったく
What the hell do we have to
なん
do
な
a
んだよ
massive
大掃除っ
cleaning?
て。俺は掃
There's
除と
nothing
か
I
整
hate
理整
more in
頓
the
が
world than
この
cleaning
世
and
一番嫌い
organizing
なのに
crap.
な。
ぐちゃぐちゃ言
Stop
ってないで。
bitching. Hurry up and
さっさ
lift
とそこ
up
の
that
炭素を持
cabinet
ち上
over
げてくれ
there.
って。散々自
Now's
慢
the
してた
perfect
体
chance to
力を
serve
披
up
露する
those
い
meat
い機
cakes
会
you
じゃ
were
ねえか。
flaunting earlier.
うわー、ネズミが出た。
Oh, rats!
落ち着け。
Calm down.
大
It's
事は
not a
ない。
big deal.
どうやらそこにある
It
握
seemed
り
as
飯
though
を
it was
餌に
feeding
して
on
い
that
たよう
rice ball over there.
本当だ。
You're right. Who the hell had their leftovers over here in the corner?
隠してたやつ。まったく。
Ugh. Why do I have to bother
なぜ
myself with
私
such a
がこのよう
menial
な
task
雑用
like a
に駆り出されな
servant?
ければならんのだ。
Oh, shut
そもそも
up!
私は
I
軍
mean,
略が
I'm a
専門だと
strategist
いう
more
の
than
に。
anything. Cleaning isn't in my job description.
いいじゃ
Chill
ねえか。
out.
いつも自
Why
慢
don't
して
you
る
just
公衆
wipe
流なん
up
ちゃら
your
でパパッ
prize
と終わらせ
Koshu
てくれ。
style and do all the work for us?
黙れ。
Shut it. My
私の
Koshu
公衆流
military
軍学
science
は
wasn't designed to
こ
help
の
any
よう
of
な
you
くだら
with
ぬ
your
役目のた
housework.
めにあるもの
What
ではない。
preposterous idea!
原田も人が
You're
悪い
quite the
な。
big meanie, Harada.
こいつが盲信
Those
してる時代遅れの兵
archaic
法なんて
tactics of his
この
wouldn't
ご時
be
世
enough to
掃
fetch
除
a
の役にも
broom,
立たない。
let alone clean this mess.
ミキ
Mickey, you watch your mouth.
言葉に気をつけたまえ。
You put him in his place, Mickey. Do it.
確かに洋楽
Maybe
には劣る
outdated
かもしれん
compared to
が
Western studies,
公衆流
but
軍学は
Koshu
決して時代
military
遅れ
science
で
is
はなく、
far more outdated.
近藤さんだ。
Oh, Kondo. Oh, look, Kondo's coming. What?
近藤局長。
Chief Kondo,
Go
please
on,
look. Oh no.
先ほどまで
This room is so dirty you
足
can't
の踏
even
み場
walk
もない
on
ほどだ
it.
った部屋
But
が
under my guidance,
私の
it's as
指導
clean
で
as
こ
a...
こまで。うん
Hmm?
局
Where's
長
the
は
chief? Boo! Suck up! Takeda realized Kondo was nowhere to be seen, and he glared at Harada. You fell for it. Damn you, Harada. You tricked me. Wow, between bitching, kissing ass, and whining like a baby, you're quite the multitasker. Thank you, Harada. Don't you ever get tired of being a two-faced prick, not knowing which face to show people? Hi everyone, I've washed the rags. Please use this when you wipe the floor. Oh, awesome, thanks. Thank you, Harada. Yes. Oh, he's so legit, man. Despite being upset because of chore duty, the men swiftly cleaned their room as a team. Dr. Matsumoto came the next day to inspect the cleanliness of the compounds. Okay, this looks like to be in adequate shape. Right? See, everyone, even the doctor realizes that I'm in shape. Not a girl, why? Compared to the complexity of war tactics, it's not like cleaning is some brilliant task. All you did was complain. Didn't Soji get to rest all day? Sounds like he got special treatment while we busted our asses. Hey, don't blame me. Hijikata is the one who being overprotective here. It is your fault. You're the one coughing up a lung. You're not improving because you don't take care of yourself. Seeing the compound in such clean conditions is, I must admit, quite nice. Saito smiled. Yes, and it was Saito's route that I did. I have the pictures from some of the pictures from his route, so. True, the piss looks different. I could get used to this. Well, maybe we should clean every day then. Great idea. Make sure you do it. Good job, Hesuke. Me? Whoa, hold on a minute here. You've got the most energy, Shin. Don't think you're getting out of this. I'll have two, Hesuke. Oh, yeah? We'll take it all together. You and me alone. Forget Shin. Hey, wait a minute. I didn't say I wasn't going to do it. Shinpachi, there's some trash over there. Go throw it away. We aren't starting till tomorrow, right, Hesuke? Stop running around like that. You're just clean and you're already kicking up dust. I was enjoying the banter when I noticed something. Oh? I could just see Okita and Dr. Matsumoto outside, walking off somewhere together. Shh, don't make me laugh, no! Where could they be going, I wondered. I don't care about Okita this time. That's not any of my business. I was worried for Okita, but... It'd be fine so long as Dr. Matsumoto was with him. After the excitement wound down, I excused myself and went back to work. I was outside sweeping, bamboo broom in hand, when he appeared. What are you doing here? Don't come any closer! His voice was so deep that it felt as if it were exhumed from the depths of the earth, cowering me. Slowly, I turned around. Oh no. You have the pure blood of a demon running in your veins, yet you run errands and clean up for a pack of humans? Kazuma! His face was a mixture of surprise and sneering disgust as he looked down at me through cold eyes. I held the broom with both hands like a staff and stepped into what I hoped was a fighting stance. What are you doing here? He laughed with disdain, snorting at my weapon. You mean to fight me with that, Your heritage hasn't blessed you with brains, I see. His tone was mocking, but his eyes were like two chips of ice. This was a dangerous man. What was I to do? I could hardly face him alone. Calm down. I haven't come here to fight. Not today, at least. I want to know what, if anything, you have to do with Kodo. My father? I was staring at him, stunned by his statement. Father? You mean Kodo? If you're talking about Kodo Yukimura, then yes, he's my father. I see. At first, he seemed surprised, but then he wore a malicious grin, as if he became privy to everything. Why are you asking about my father? I lowered the broom, my situation temporarily forgotten when... Trying to sneak into the enemy camp alone, huh? Well, not on my watch. Hichikata? What are you doing out here in broad daylight? It's a little early to be picking up chicks, pal. Get away from her! Arata, Esuke! I heard you yelling. Sound like you were up to something besides cleaning. You alright, Kanae? Are you hurt? Yeah, don't worry about me. I'm fine. The Mibu wolves could only fight in a pack, eh? Watch it. I could feel the tension rising by the second, but it was Kazuma who attempted to cut through it. If you want to play, then I'm happy to oblige, but... I'm here today to take care of some business. Or specifically, to issue a warning. Stop trying to turn humans into demons. What? Humans into demons? Was he talking about the water of life? You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, he makes you think we're gonna listen to a sleazebag who's attacked a girl in broad daylight? Idiots. Are you too blind to see I'm doing you a favor? Well, they do say the smaller the dog, the louder the bark. This is our turf. You better shut your trap before we gotta do it for you. Oh, so many questions. He looked away from the captains, as if entirely uninterested in them, and flashed a cold gaze to me. Kanae Yukimura. Kodo's with us now. Do you understand what that means? Your father has abandoned the shogunate. What? His mysterious smile gave me nothing in the way of explanation. Why are you here? I suggest you think on that carefully. Then, with a slow rippling motion, like a shadow sliding on ground, he turned his back and vanished. What was happening? What were demons? And why had they come after me? My father was with them? On their side, he must have meant... Did that mean he was working with imperialists? The inside of my head was swirling massive questions and doubts, but the one thing that most concerned me was... Oh, so many Don't give me choices! I can't take choices. I also haven't saved in a really long time, so I'm going to do that really quick. Oh, my father. What had become of my father? Did my father really betray the Shogun? I thought he was working for the Shogun. And how was Kazuma so familiar with my father? The more I thought about it, the more I realized just how little I actually knew. Well, I mean, it's
Ma,
not a
別に
guarantee
尊
that
上
all
派って言っ
members
て
of the
も
Imperial
全員が
Nationalist
全
Party
員
are like
長州浪士み
the
たいな
men
や
of
つらじゃねえし
but the
さ
Choshu.
そもそも
Besides, we
あ
don't
の
even
風間
know
ってや
if
つが
what
本
that
当の
punk
ことを言
said
って
is
るとも
true.
限らねえだろもしかしたら
I mean, he
お
could
前の
just be
動
saying
揺
all
を
of
誘う
this
た
to
めに言っ
get
てるのかもし
to
れない
rattle
し
you up a bit.
そうだな
He has a point.
裏を取らねえ
It'd be
情報を
dangerous
鵜
to
呑
take
みに
his
するのは
information at
危
face
険だぞ
value if you have no evidence for it. I suppose.
行動さん探し
We've
には
got the watch
暗
looking
殺
for
の鍵
Kodo.
を置いている
I'm sure they'll
い
find
ずれまた
something
情報が
soon.
入るだろう
Thank you. I hadn't really expected any of them to be so nice to me. It was a pleasant surprise. The only reason they allowed me to stay was because I was my father's daughter. That hadn't changed. But...
とりあえず行動さんが生きてるってことが分かっただけでもよかったじゃねえか
At least you know he's alive, right? That alone is good news.
なんか分かったら
I'll let you know as
俺
soon
た
as
ち
I
にすぐ教え
find
るから
anything
さ
out, okay?
無理すんなよ
So you don't let it get to you, Kanae. Of course. Thank you. Their words, Heske's especially, brightened my spirits a bit. From then on, Matsumoto visited the compound regularly to check up on the men of the Shinsengumi. Ever since Sanin had become the leader of the Furies, the group was named as the Fury Corps. Still, I couldn't help but wonder, was it really alright to continue researching the Furies? My heart was heavy with worry. Without him, the Shinsengumi would be nothing. We would cease to exist. If so, why? October. So I was right about the original one being at 1865. There was a typo earlier. After the dust cleared following the Hamaguri rebellion, the shogun set about cleaning house. The Choshu expedition was launched by the shogun once the Choshu domain were declared enemies of the court. Perhaps feeling they dodged a bullet, the Choshu domain fell silent for a time. Their obedience was short-lived, however, and before long their disrespect for the shogun became impossible to ignore. In order to investigate further, the shogunate decided to send an envoy to the Choshu domain. Kono was asked to accompany an envoy sent to the Choshu to investigate their behavior. However, the Choshu domain refused to even meet with the envoy. Fed up with their insubordination, the shogunate ordered the second Choshu expedition. However, the war was a costly one, exhausting both the resources and the men from all over the domains whose morale began to falter. To add to the fire, word of Shogun Iemochi's passing shook all of Japan, and some domains even withdrew, which made the situation even dire. The second Choshu expedition had ended in a surprisingly major loss for the shogunate troops. October 1866. The pillar of the Tokugawa shogunate, which stood strong for 260 years, was beginning to show signs of instability. That day, I was accompanying Saito on his rounds. It sure has been hot lately. I've gotten used to the city of Kyoto, but I just can't get used to this humid heat.
そうだな
Indeed. I always wondered. Even in midsummer, Saito always wore his full uniform. Wasn't he hot? He kept his vigilant guard up while observing the city of Kyoto.
ひとまずあそこ
We
の
can
店か
begin
ら
with the
回る
store
こ
and
と
do
で
our
す
rounds.
雪村
Wait here,
あん
Yukimura.
たは店
There's
の前で
nothing for
待っ
you
て
to do inside.
とも
Alright. He gave me a short nod of confirmation and stepped into the shop with his men.
新選組だ。
It's the Shinsengumi.
先日
There are rumors
浪人
floating
風
around
の
about
男が
Ronin
出入り
coming
して
in
い
and
た
out
と
of
いう
here,
噂
so
を
I'll have
耳
to
にした。
inspect your store.
戦議させてもらう。
Yes, sir. Of course. I've been waiting for Saito and his division for a few minutes when I noticed a commotion nearby. Hey, out of the way! You got a couple patriots coming through here. A number of rather unpleasant-looking Ronin were making their way in my general direction, yelling, threatening, intimidating anyone unfortunate enough to cross their path. Patriots? Hardly. Perhaps they considered themselves loyal to the imperial court, but they looked like the sort to only use their supposed patriotism as an excuse to steal and kill. Hey, you deaf! I told you to move! The Ronin tossed a poorly aimed kick at a child playing in the street. What should I do? It seems like the warriors were preoccupied with their investigation in the store. Just as I was about to stop the Ronin. Detest you hooligans! Was it? Think you can tell us what to do, lady? Huh, a woman picks a fight with us? Patriots loyal to the emperor? Well, perhaps it is you who should feel pathetic for being told by a woman to stop. Don't you know how much trouble you're causing for the Kyoto civilians? You bitch! The man's obviously short fuse had been lit. He made a grab for the girl and missed. I suspected his next attack wouldn't be as inaccurate. I couldn't let that happen. Wait! When I had come to my senses, noticed I had instinctively taken action. I positioned myself in front of the girl, protecting her. Who are you? You know this broad? No, I don't. Then how's about you keep your damn nose out of my goddamn business? Flecks of spit flew from his mouth as he roared at me. My legs suddenly felt somewhat weaker than they had a moment ago. But I was committed. I couldn't run now. If you truly love your country as you say, then why do you abuse women and children? A samurai should protect common people, not attack them. What did you say? That's right, you tell him, son. How'd you like that, you damn Ronin? Patriot my ass, get out of my city. Something about my speech must have struck a chord with the gathering crowd. The cheers, my legs started to regain some of their usual steadiness. You son of a bitch! With the loud hiss of metal, the Ronin's sword leapt from its scabbard. I suddenly discovered I had difficulty swallowing. I could try to dodge, but if I did, he might hit the girl my actions had intended to protect. I was about to draw my sword. Huh? Slowly, carefully, I opened my eyes. You needn't worry. I used the back of my sword. Saito! Take them to headquarters. They may be Choshu. Yes, sir. Quickly working, Saito's men set to work binding the Ronin for transport. Saito's cold eyes fell on me. That was reckless. Why didn't you call me? What were you going to do if they hurt you gravely? I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. But I couldn't help myself. I mean, what if she was to get injured? The gentleman is right. You were dreadfully reckless. This situation quite well in hand. A scolding from Saito was expected, but I hadn't thought my erstwhile damsel in distress would contribute. I'm sorry I made you worry. I gave her a short, slightly confused bow, to which she blinked as if suddenly remembering something very important. Oh, but you did save me, didn't you, now? And I haven't yet thanked you. How crude of me. Thank you. Oh, well, I didn't do anything. It was Saito and his men who made the actual arrest. Oh, you needn't be so modest. It was more respectable than just being a bystander. I expect that this, our meeting here, is Providence. Young ladies are supposed to watch out for one another in the city. What? Saito glared from her to me, and an expression flashed across his face that I couldn't quite place. You can't expect to fool everybody. There's no need to worry about it. Oh dear, was it supposed to be a secret? Perhaps I shouldn't have mentioned it? Well, I wasn't entirely sure how to respond. How does a person respond to that sort of question? She seemed to sense my confusion and gracefully moved on. I'm terribly sorry. I don't believe I've even asked your name. How terribly boorish of me. I should very much like to be friends, but it's difficult to become acquainted with the nameless. Might I inquire as to who you are then? Well, this is... Oh, I know who he is, Mr. Saito, yes? The Shinsengumi is fairly famous here. And you are? My name is Kanae Yukimura. It's nice to meet you. Yukimura? Her eyes grew wide as if she were surprised, and she stared intently at me. Your last name is Yukimura. Were you born in the East? Why, yes. I was living in Edo, but I had come to Kyoto for a certain reason. She was acting a little strange, so I tried to speak to her. She laughed and looked up. Oh, I'm sorry, it's nothing. It was the same last name as my acquaintance. I think Yukimura is a really pretty last name. You think so? Thank you. It is a pleasure to meet you, Kanae. You may call me Sen. Miss Sen? Nice to meet you. Oh goodness, you don't need to be so uptight. You look to be about my age, so I see no reason for us to not just speak as equals. So just Sen then? Yes, I suppose that will do. We must meet again sometime, Kanae. She gave my hand a gentle squeeze, then turned and left, her kimono flapping behind her. Our encounter was over before I had a chance to grasp what was even happening, and so I simply stood, stunned, for a moment or two. Saito was eyeing Sen walking off, and eventually he turned to me. That girl seemed to be rather curious about your last name. I know, huh? She did say it was the same as her acquaintances. Well, I guess Yukimura isn't an uncommon name, though. Either. It seemed like Saito was concerned with her reaction to my name, and he was deep in thoughts. We're running behind our schedule. We should be going now. Oh, yes! So we continued on our rounds, trying to withstand the scorching heat. The heat wave ended up lasting several days on one such day. Pardon me, Yukimura? Is the batch of tea I prepared good enough? Oh, it may be better to make them lukewarm. It's still quite hot today, you know? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Oh, I see. You're amazing. This young man is Kazue Soma. He joined the Shinsengumi just before summer began. He's very serious and respectful. Coincidentally, he had met the Shinsengumi around the time I first arrived in Kyoto, and he crossed paths with them during one of their rounds. Shortly after, Kondo had crossed paths with Soma when he visited Choshu with the envoy, and Kondo invited Soma to join the Shinsengumi. Now he... Pardon me. Now he currently works as Kondo's page. I really respect how much effort he puts into his work, and he keeps spirits high. And maybe we could water it down? But if you do that, then the tea's flavor will become lighter. Oh. Hey, Soma, what are we supposed to do then? Why wouldn't we cool it with the well water?
おお、そいつ
Well,
はいい
that's a
な。
good idea. Let's
やって
give
み
it
よ
a
うぜ。
try. This energetic lad is Risa Budo Nomura. So many. He joined the Shinsengumi around the same time as Soma, and because of their closeness in age, Nomura became Kondo's page in training. For him, he was a huge fan of the Shinsengumi, and he joined because of that. That left me to make sure that I teach them about all the duties and responsibilities that go into becoming a page, which was harder than I thought. The tea doesn't have to be room temperature, just a little cooler to offset the hot weather. They are. So first, prepare some warm water rather than boiling hot. Then try brewing it. That way, it doesn't dilute the tea's flavor. Whoa! Wow, okay, I see. Wow, you sure do know a lot about this stuff. I agree, it's very educational. Thanks? Well, as for the tea, I'll pour some and take it to them, so you two... What do you want us to do? We'll do anything! Yes, indeed, let us know. Alright, guys, you're going to do some sword training with me. Their faces! They're like, oh shit. What's the matter? You don't want to do it? No, please train us. As for me, I have some work to do. Hey, you're a newbie, don't be shy now. Nomura, come on now. This training is what will make us great warriors. That's not training, that's pure hazing. Well, we'll be taking them off your hands for the moment. Okay, please take care of them. Soma gulped deeply and he looked nervous. Nomura, on the other hand, looked ready to cry as Nagakura dragged both of them off to training. I wish the two of them the best of luck. Here's some parched barley tea, Kondo. Supposedly it lowers the body's temperature. Oh, thank you. The tea you pour is always easy to drink. It's perfect, Yukimura. Thank you. He was deep in thought, arms crossed and stern. Things were bad since Lord Iamochi's death. Kondo especially was having a difficult time. Perhaps it was best if I simply left him alone. I turned and had already begun to walk away when he spoke. Matsumoto is examining Soji right now. His coughing had grown more violent and more frequent lately. Perhaps... What did he say? He hasn't said anything yet. I hope it's nothing serious. If something happened to Soji, I don't know how I'd be able to face her. Her? When we left for Kyoto, Mitsu, his older sister, asked me to look out for him. Oh, Okita has an older sister? He does. They lost their parents when they were children. So Mitsu was Soji's parental figure and raised him. Ah, I see. Okita seems to have been through a lot. Well, he is an honest man. Sure, he didn't think he went through a lot. Seriously, to call a twisted man like him honest, I think you would be the only person in all of Japan who'd say that. Oh, Hijikata! Oh, Toshi, how are you? Did you want some tea too? No, I don't need any, but... Did you hear about the nose board over by Sanjo Ohashi Bridge? Yes, I've heard. The nose board about the Choshu's crime, right? Some assholes pulled it out and tossed it into the Kamo. Of course I heard about that as well. But I thought that they put the nose board back up the next day? They did. Same thing happened. I think they're gonna ask us to keep an eye on it pretty soon. It got torn down at night, didn't it?
であれば
What do you
三
say
男
to
君の
using
羅刹体を
Sonin's
使ったら
Fury
どう
Corpse then?
羅刹体
The Fury Corpse.
何か引っか
You
かる
think
こ
it's
と
a
が
bad idea?
あいつらは確か
They
によ
work
く
hard
働
enough,
いてくれ
but
るが
they tend to
やりすぎ
get a
なんだよ
little excited.
どんな役目につけても
Whenever we give them something to do, they end up slaughtering the other side.
しかも
It's
そ
not
れだ
enough
け
for
じゃ
them
飽きたら
to.
ね元の形を
They
とど
go
め
and
ない
hack
く
the
らい
corpses
死
to
体を
bits.
バラバラに
Most
切
of
り
the
刻
time,
ん
they're
だ
not
りし
even recognizable.
新選組の
Maybe
仕業
they're
が
doing it to
気づ
try
かれ
and
ない
hide
よ
the
うにするため
Shinsegumi's
に
hand. But they're going too far.
いくらなんでもやりすぎだ新選組
We're
は
not
人
just
殺し集団
a
じ
pack
ゃ
of
ねえ
murderers. I
死
told
体
them
で
to
遊
knock
ぶ
it
のは
off.
やめろと
But they won't
いくら
listen.
諌めてもなお
They just want to play with their corpses.
あれじゃ辻切り
They
連中
keep this
変わ
up.
らね
We're no better than those night cutters. I felt a shiver snake down my spine as he spoke. Oops. Even after a year, I remember with terrifying clarity what I'd seen when I first arrived in Kyoto. The Furies. They'd behave as if possessed by evil spirits, their swords mercilessly hacking away at dead men. It hadn't been hatred or fear that drove them, but some sort of twisted amusement. I didn't think I'd ever forget the half-mad smiles each had worn.
まいくつか手
I've
を考
got
え
a
て
few
みる
other
か
ideas.
そうだな
Good,
細
good.
かい
I'll
こと
leave
は
the
星に
details to
任せ
you
る
then, Toshi.
ところで
Oh yes,
この
have you
間
heard
聞いたと
about
ころ
Lord
将
Yoshinobu
軍後見職の一橋慶喜
Hitotsubashi, the old guardian of the shogun?
あの人が
Yeah, I heard about
家
him.
康公の
I've
再来
heard
な
a
んて
couple
言われて
people
るそう
say
だ
he's like Ieyasu reborn.
確かに頭はいいの
I
かもしれ
don't
ね
know.
え
I
が
don't know about that, but I do hear he's pretty sharp. Before long, they started to discuss politics. I didn't understand, and I politely excused myself. I thought back on what Hichikata had said. It was true Sonin had been acting strange, and the Fury Corps had been getting more and more violent. There was a lot on my mind, but what worried me the most was... I'm still gonna say the Furies because... Just as Hijikata had predicted, the Shinsengumi received an official request to guard the notice board at the Sanjo Ohashi Bridge. As it turned out, the vandals were 8 men from the Tosa domain. Harada and his division were well prepared and captured them when they attacked at the Kamo River. They are quite worrying, yes. Very, very worrying. Harada was given a reward by the Aizu for his service, and he took the rest of the captains to Shimbara to celebrate. I had remained at the temple to eat my dinner alone, but my heart felt like a lead weight in my chest, and it chased away any appetite I might have had. What's going to happen to the Shinsengumi and the Fury Corps? Of course. Almost as if on cue, the door slid open and Sanin stepped through. Oh, hello, Sanin. Can I help you?
こんばんは。
Good evening.
今
You
日
didn't go
は
to
港島
Shimbara
原へ
with
出か
the
けなか
others?
ったのですか？
Yes, I'm not that great with drinking parties, so...
なるほど。
Oh, I see. Sanin nodded in understanding, and his eyes beamed with color as he gazed at me. The cold, full moon was visible, and maybe it was because of the nighttime, but Sanin's eyes possessed a tint of danger. Sanin?
君はどう
So,
思
what
っ
do
て
you
い
think
ますか？
about the serum? The water or life, that is.
落ち水のこと。
Oh, what do you mean?
あの薬は素
Wouldn't
晴
you
らしい
agree
と。
that the serum
そう
has
思いませ
had
んか？
results beyond comprehension?
私が左
After
腕
all,
を負傷
when
し
my left arm rendered me
薬を飲
useless,
むことになった
looked at its properties for aid.
すべてはこの
It
薬を
seems all
さ
too
ら
clear
に
to
完
me
璧
now
な
that it
ものへ
was
と改
fated
良
for
せしめるため
me
だ。
to improve or perfect the serum.
そう
It's
思えて
unshakable
ならない
truth.
のです。
Please go away! Shoo! Shoo! Sanin's words slithered creepily, and I couldn't bring myself to stop staring at the floor to hide from his line of sight. His expression was so unfamiliar and nefarious, almost as if he was being possessed by something.
どうしたのです？
What is the matter?
私の
Why
言
aren't you
葉を
meeting me eye to
肯
eye?
定してくれないのですか？
I expect you, of all people, to agree, being the daughter of Kodo, who brought this divine creation onto us. It was obvious that Sanin was not acting as his usual self. Why aren't you saying anything? It would be very regrettable if you were one to share the opinion of Dr. Matsumoto, who wants to bring the experiments to a halt. I just remembered I have some chores that need doing, so I'll be... Just as I was on my way out... Hold on a minute. Ah! No, go away. Shoo! Leave me alone! He roughly grabbed onto my wrist and yanked me. I pulled against his grip. It was far too strong for me to overcome. Please, stop! The horrible twitching madness in his eyes was too much for me and I screamed. What are you grabbing her for, Sanin? That's not how you impress a lady. See? She's terrified. Oh, I got caught up in the moment. I lost control. I apologize. On the other side of his glasses, Sanin's eyes returned to normal. The glint of madness was gone. While I felt relieved, Sanin had walked off as the others were walking in. As I watched him walk off, I looked back at Okita and the men. It's good to see you back. You're a little earlier than I expected, though. I was expecting you guys to come way later. Sana's gonna be drinking till morning if Shin has anything to say about it. I didn't think I could handle that much, so I left with this pair of sticks in the mud. If only the three of you... It's only the three of you, then? What's the matter? Hijikata caught eye of the lady at Sumi called Kimigiku. Sat next to him the whole night. Kimigiku? Oh yeah, she was a beauty. Come on, was she that pretty? She totally was. Actually, I'm a little worried Sano might not have enough to pay for her. And so? Meh, I'm not one to say if a broad is hot or not. One of Kyoto's Geichi, huh? She was probably just as beautiful as Hesky said. They must have made a beautiful couple. Gazed down at myself, small, plain, and dressed like a boy. Suddenly, I felt very sad. There's something wrong? You look unhappy. Oh, no, it's nothing. I imagine you're tired. Perhaps we should leave. Rest well, Yukimura. I will. Thank you. Saito must have been looking out for me. As Heisuke began to leave my room, something brought him to an abrupt halt and he turned to me. Hey, do you get the feeling like Sanin has been acting a little more strange lately? Two were silent, restrained by mixed emotions. Eventually, they both left the room. Even the captains who were with the Shinsengumi since Edo were beginning to grow suspicious of Sanin. I wonder what's going to happen from now on. After that, the rest of the warriors who'd gone to Shimabara returned. They told me in great detail about this Sanjo notice board incident, but out of everything I'd heard, there was one thing in particular that caught my attention. They told me that when Harada and his men had been attacked at Sanjo Ohashi, one of them had been someone who looked a lot like me. The strange person had tried to impede the Shinsengumi, sided with the vandals from the Tosa domain. I haven't left the temple, of course, and even if I had been at Sanjo Ohashi, I would never have tried to get in the Shinsengumi's way. But if it wasn't me, then who? What could it mean? This news only fed the anxiety that had been slowly building within me. Oh, look, we're into the next year. January 1867. December 1866. I was sweeping a section of the compounds despite being nearly frozen to the bone. So we went from, it's saying January of 1867 to December of 1866. I'm sure there's a reason for that. It's just funny. Well, that should do it. I wanted to help out as much as I could, but since they still refused to let me out without an escort, there wasn't a great deal I could do. Still, I helped clean our home, and that felt good. Hopefully they'd like it too. Cleaning, I see. You're certainly hard at work. Oh, hello, Kondo. It's really gotten cold lately, hasn't it? Yes, indeed. It has indeed. I've been in Kyoto for a while now, but I still can't get used to the weather. He rubbed his hands together and blew on them, in a mostly vain attempt to warm them up. I picked up a bunch of dead leaves. I was thinking about roasting potatoes later. Would you like some? They'll warm you up. Kondo gave me a little wry smile. Roasted potatoes, huh? I used to enjoy that a long time ago. Oh. I flushed with embarrassment. Kondo was a busy man, as management at the Shinsengumi was not easy. Men like that didn't have time for roasting potatoes. You've been really busy lately. I hope you're taking care of yourself. Hmm? Oh, right. Well, if I'm busy, then that means that the Shinsengumi is needed. It's an honor. True. In the last several weeks, Kondo and Hijikata had left the temple often to go meet with important shogunate officials. They scarcely had time to breathe, let alone relax. At that moment, almost as if my thoughts had summoned him, Hijikata appeared. There you are, Kondo. Oh, Toshi, where were you? I was looking for you. They've chosen the next shogun. It's going to be Lord Yoshinobu Hitotsubashi. Well, no one else would probably do it, so he should just buckle down and accept the position, instead of making a fuss about it. Toshi, that is no way that is no way we should look at and speak of someone who's becoming the new shogun. They say the man is so wise that he is said to be a reincarnate of Lord Ieyasu. Forget it, doesn't really matter who the shogun is to us anyway. We're just here to fight for him. That's right. We do our best. That means the shogun and the shogunate are safe and secure. Only 20 days after Lord Yoshinobu had been officially inaugurated as new shogun, the emperor suddenly passed away. It was especially hard on the emperor's younger sister, Kazunomiya, who had been married to Lord Ieyamochi and was intended to be a symbol of imperial unification, but everyone on both sides was shocked by his death. He was succeeded by the imperial prince, a young boy of only 15 years. In the turmoil, the activities of the Choshu domain went uninvestigated. The entire country of Japan found itself thrust into rapid motion. Whew. Okay. Into chapter 4. And we're saving, because that's where we're going to stop for the night. Because holy moly, that was a lot longer than I was expecting it to be. saving one more time just in case. Because I am paranoid. Well, that's where we're going to end for the day. Whew, that chapter was way longer than I was even expecting. Holy moly. I hope everyone had fun, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye!